see. And let's get to the rock fan. Come on, computer. Come on, work with me. I gotta take this thing into the shop, I swear. It's just becoming so unreliable. All right, cool. Good. We're coming online on Rockfin, and we are online on the YouTubes. So that is good. Hey, everybody. Welcome. It is the Political Matrix. Myself, Marcus Young Morpheus Cage, here with my brother Cy Lawson. How are we doing tonight, Cy?
What's good, man? Yeah, everything, so far I can't complain. It's the weather's not too bad today. Not warm, but not cold. Obviously, it don't get cold here, but it's nice. We had a busy day. We spent a lot of the day in the gym. We had 2 back-to-back games today. Won one, lost the second one, but the boys played pretty good. We were down 19 in the fourth, and we ended up losing the game by 4. So progress. And hey, let me see anything else. Work is work, same old shit. Let's see. And that's about it. You know what I mean? How about you, man? What's going on your side?
Oh, nothing much, same old, same old. Saw some interesting stuff last night. Images are still in my head. If y'all want to know what I'm talking about, just if y'all on Instagram, look up Club Bounce BBW, and you'll get my why I seem a little traumatized right now. I will leave it at that. Let y'all do a little bit of homework. Shout out to everybody who's here on the YouTube, on the Rockfin side. Y'all don't even know, man. Me and Chris was talking earlier, and just some of the stuff we got. We got a lot of shit to talk about. Well, outside of this stuff, outside of the topics we talk about, of course, but we got a lot going on news-wise. I mean, we're going to talk a little bit about the Neuralink, telepathy. We're going to talk, let's see what, the Taylor Swift MAGA conspiracy. We got East Palestine. We got Senate versus tech CEOs. And a bunch more. And of course, you know how we start over here. We're going to go through some of our news rundowns, try to get through some of these smaller stories that we feel don't always get enough attention. And then we're going to get into, the bigger topics. I see a new face in here, Randy Bray. Welcome to the show. Shout out to all our regulars who are typically all up in here. What's up, Jira? I see Miguel. I see Ruby. Streets is in the building. Wesley, Yonina, John. Yeah, so glad that all y'all are in here. Glad to see y'all. And for those who are a little bit shy to hop into the chat or just love to hate watch, we welcome you also. And over to our Rockfin side, I put it up a little bit later, so I know some of y'all be streaming in a little bit later. And for those who might be watching it on whatever other platforms that I have it on, I believe it's on X also. So. See, can I come up? Well, I don't know about tonight. We just got too many stories that we got to even limit ourselves so that we can be able to try to get to all these topics. But we will get you on the show again soon, Yanina. Wow, this first story I wanted to talk about it because it didn't get a lot of attention, and it has to do with Janice. I see you. It has to do with facial recognition software. When I heard it, I was like, that is extremely disturbing. So I just
let me
guess. Yeah.
let me just guess real quick, Marcus. There's a problem with black folks and the tech, right?
Well, that's something that's been kind of ongoing.
Okay.
There's been multiple lawsuits on this. I actually don't know I actually didn't even look at it that way, but I mean,
Oh, this. Oh, yes, I did. You just asked me before we came on. Had I heard of it?
yeah.
It didn't even dawn on me until I just saw the headline. Yes, I did hear
Hold
about
on.
this. This was fucked up.
This is messed up. So let me get to God dang it, these advertisements. So it says this grandfather was mistakenly identified as Sunglass Hut robber by facial recognition software. He's suing after he was sexually assaulted in jail. Um, hmm. So that's the title. It says a 71-year-old grandfather is suing Sunglasses Hut's parent company after the store's facial recognition technology mistakenly identified him as a robber. Harvey Eugene Murphy Jr. was subsequently held in jail, where he says he was sexually assaulted, according to the lawsuit. The January 2022 robbery took place at a Sunglass Hut store in Houston, Texas, where two gun wielding robbers stole thousands of dollars in cash and merchandise. Houston police identified Murphy as a suspect, even though he was living in California at the time. When Murphy returned to Texas to renew his driver's license, he was arrested. He was held in jail, where he says he was sexually assaulted by three men in a bathroom. He says he suffered lifelong injuries. I bet you did. Jeez. The Harris County District Attorney Office in Texas determined Murphy was not involved in the robbery, but the damage was already done while he was in jail. His lawyers said in a news release. Um, Catch up. Facial recognition is often used to match faces in surveillance footages, such as video of store robbery with images in a database. The system often uses booking photos, but the software can also search driver's license photos, meaning if you have a driver's license, your picture might have been searched, even if you've never committed a crime. Murphy has a criminal record from the 1980s and 90s, meaning he's likely to have a booking photo. His lawyer said those offenses were not violent, and he has built a new life in the last 30 years, according to the press release. He is now suing Sunglasses parent Hunt, Alessor Luxtica, and Macy's,
Oh,
a partner of the company.
Essilor
Yeah. I don't know about that stuff. Apparently, obviously, the head of that long ass name Chris just was able to say easily. Uh, Loss prevention team said they worked alongside Macy's and had identified Murphy as the suspect using facial recognition software. Murphy's attorneys are arguing that the facial recognition is error prone and low quality cameras were used, increasing the probability of mistake in identifying a suspect. Whew, your thoughts, sir?
Well, um, hmm, where do I start with this? Well,
Mm-hmm.
I mean, were the police actually sure that this was the guy? Right. Number one. Number two, or were they just lazy? Well, not were they? They were just lazy and just said, "Oh, look, we got a black guy. Let's just move on." And
Mm-hmm.
Macy's, and what is it? Sunglass Hut didn't have the tech. Macy's had the tech. So
Mm-hmm.
Sunglass Hut sent their shit to Macy's, and whatever information that Macy's came up with, then they went to go ahead and arrest Murphy. But again, that's bad. What makes it even worse is what happened to the man once he got in jail. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
So there's a lot of problems with this. The technology, especially artificial intelligence or facial recognition, not AI, but facial recognition tech is going to be very problematic. One, probably the developers, engineers, and all of that. I bet you if you put all of them in the room, they probably know two black people, maybe. And that's being generous. So none of this, none of the tech that's being designed is going to work in a way that's beneficial for people who look like you and I or black women. I think I was reading something that said, it has like a between like a 30 and 40% failure rate when identifying black women alone. Uh-oh, Marcus left me. I don't know what happened to him. But yeah, they said the failure rate was high for black women. So you can imagine what it's going to be like for the rest of us. You know what I'm saying? So even if it's not as high as 35 or 40%, it's still going to be high enough to create problems for you should you run into issues where run into an issue in which they have to identify you using that particular tech. But you know what?
Yeah.
To be quite honest, I don't expect anything different from this place or the people who
Mm.
create the technology or anything like that. They are descendants of people who didn't like us anyway.
Yeah. Janice was saying, Scientific American says, says can't tell black people apart. Well, what it is part of the methodology of how they use these things. That's what Chris was alluding to, because it's not that the cameras are racist. It's not that the software is innately just created racist. It's the input of the creators. And part of the problem is when and I saw a documentary on this some time back, when they were doing typically like Caucasian people, they were going a wide variety of different facial bone structures, of different complexions, hair types, eye colors. And for black people, they only used a handful of different black people. And so it started classifying only certain features to look for. And so the probability of it making that mistake, especially with somebody with sunglasses on, is where I know Chris I knew he was gonna have to switch it.
Yeah.
But that's one of the issues with this technology. And well, I mean, you could say it's on purpose. I mean, i
Well,
I tend to
Marcus,
be the
it's
one who's always trying to give people the benefit of the doubt that that's not what they're doing. Hmm.
um, what was I going to say? That this is it's kind of a good thing and it's kind of a bad thing all at the same time. It's like, aha, you can't recognize us, aha. But then the bad part is now you'll just accept whatever results that spits out, and then you'll go look for the people who look like that, and it more than likely won't be the person that you actually are searching for. So that presents the bad part of this. Not that
Yeah.
it can't recognize us normally, but they're going to be wrongly identifying us. That is the concern.
Yeah, most definitely.
Look, they just took their bias. They just took their biases and they put it in a fucking computer. Because you know what?
Mhm.
It's the same thing the police do without technology. You know what I'm saying? Yo, there was a dude wearing a black hat with glasses. Up.
Yep, that's exactly what it is. I
Mm-hmm.
mean, so yeah, I just felt like that story had to at least talk about it. I had another one. I know that we talked about this
But
some
Marcus,
time back. Yeah, yeah,
Marcus,
yeah. Go ahead.
I just wanted to say the man ended up getting beat up and raped while inside jail.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
The man who they
horrific.
wrong, the man who they picked incorrectly of the crime. Not only was he arrested, embarrassed, and all that other shit, but then he was assaulted and raped. And as a man, is not. I'm not saying it's okay for women. I'm just saying
Yeah,
for men, that's really bad, right? And
yeah,
all this for what? He didn't do what he was accused of doing. So
yeah.
it's
I
just
know for
unfortunate. The only recourse I hope he gets at this point in time, I just hope he gets a lot of money.
yeah. I mean, I know for a lot of black men. Well, I'm just gonna say for a lot of men in general, the idea of getting raped. I mean, some men can't come back from it, in ways I feel women are definitely stronger in that regards. That many of
Mhm.
them are able to be mentally tougher and to be able to move on past that. But I know a lot of men that they just can't handle that happening to them. I mean, I don't even want to fathom what that reality. So I
Yeah,
mean,
I don't know what I would do. You know what I mean? Mm. I know it wouldn't
I
be
probably
nothing
would
nice.
be. I'd be despondent. I already know. I probably would be like, yo, I would be like Uncle Lou. Just
Mm.
I mean, I know how I would be. I probably
They may
wouldn't.
put that.
Not that I would be. Not that I would try to take myself out, but I don't think that I would like be trying to keep myself alive either.
Mm. No, I hear you, man. Wait, what is it? A Trez with the jokes.
Well, I mean, no comment. See, no comment. He's starting too early already.
Word.
If that's the case, they could just have TD Jakes identify.
Mm-mm-mm.
Oh man, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. That's not right.
Media, what's up?
Media, what's up? Um,
But Wesley makes a good point. When everyone has their RFID chip implant, these problems will be a thing of the past. Absolutely. Now they don't have to worry about a camera ID in you. They just pull up your chip number on their grid. Be like, oh, there you go.
yeah, I mean, and I keep telling people like I can't believe that it's still people who don't believe that that's like even something possible to happen. I get if it was like before that technology was possible. I get if you were somebody like, oh, they just use that, when they chip animals to keep track of them. But to believe that, oh, it's no
Mm-hmm.
possibility that like government could mandate that people have to do that or employment or whatever. I mean, we already saw it with the plague, as we call it, where it was mandated that people do testing or people get the serum. So
Mm-hmm.
it's already showing, that inch a little bit by little bit, just like the what is it? Not saying what is it? The analogy of putting the frog in the pot and slowly turning up the water. We are that said metaphorical frog, and they just slowly ratchet it up just a little bit. Um, Hello to everyone from the bottom of my heart. Oh, my heart. Well, well, welcome to you also. Um,
Danya has jokes too.
yeah, I know. I was like, hey, well, we welcome the jokesters in here. It's definitely
Yeah,
welcome.
that's true. We're not chasing them away, that's for sure.
Yeah. So I was wondering, this I'm only gonna bring this up because this comes up and this has been a big conversation for a while, especially in the FBA community and all that. Even though I live here in California, I do not put much stock in faith in any of this stuff. I'm kind of nihilistic as far as this topic right now. But let me hop over to it. Hopefully my computer doesn't freeze me up trying to read it. Actually, I won't even put it on the screen. Maybe that'll help. Um, but if you do want to look up this story, it's in Politico. California introduces first in nation slavery reparations package. Uh, the the set of bills notably excludes direct cash payments. Let's see. Let's go right down. So it says California
You
state
know,
lawmakers
Marcus,
introduce a slate of oh go ahead, go ahead.
Marcus, this is going to make me say something very ignorant, and yet it's true. You know, if they were Jews or Ukrainians in this particular instance, then there wouldn't even need to be a discussion. There would not need to be a panel, a study group. No, nothing. They would just cut the check and give it out. But sorry, go ahead. I just wanted to put that out there since
No,
this is
no.
the
I
era
mean,
we live in. It's the era we live in,
I
and we
mean,
see the things that we're living with right now. So, we're all going to get canceled at some point over the next year or two. So, hey, fuck it. Let me just make sure I give them enough ammunition.
oh, don't worry. When I get canceled, don't worry. What'll come out of my mouth after that is going to be 10 times worse. Just know that. Because I'm like, hey, y'all, I'm trying to be on my best behavior. Um, so Says California state lawmakers introduced a slate of reparations bills on Wednesday, including a proposal to restore property taken by race-based case of eminent domain and potentially unconstitutional measure to provide state funding for specific groups. So let me just explain that little first part. In California, there were a lot of areas that were territory of black people who owned it, and they were taken by eminent domain and things like that. And so some of this is about redressing, giving said properties back to people. So these are people who these lands would more than likely definitely still be in those families' hands. Bruce Beach is one of the situations that's going on, one of those said situations, which happened kind of before this to kind of
Exactly,
help
it
kick
does.
the
I saw
ball
that.
rolling. Um, the package marks the first in nation effort to give restitution to Black Americans who have been harmed by centuries of racist policies and practices. California's legislation push in culmination of years of research and debate, including 111 pages of recommendation issued last year by a task force. Other states like Colorado, New York, and Massachusetts have commissioned reparation studies or task forces, but California is the first to attempt to turn those ideas into laws. The 14 measures introduced by the legislative Black Caucus touch on education, civil rights, and criminal justice, including reviving a years old effort to restrict solitary confinement that failed to make it out of the state house as recently as last year. Not included is any type of financial compensation to descendants of Black slaves. Polarizing proposal. What the hell just happened? Um, Proposal that has received a cool response from many state Democrats, including Gavin Newsom. So I figure I can stop it there. You guys can always go and check out this article if you want to read the whole thing. It is California introduces first in nation slavery reparations package. Politico, if you notice, it's pretty interesting. Very small up under it says the set of bills notably excludes direct cash payments, which that doesn't surprise me if you because well, what surprises me is how they tried to play. Oh, you put it on the screen, or you got a different one? Oh, okay,
Are
you
you
got CNN.
sorry? I didn't pull up the Politico article. I pulled out the CNN article because this was something that I wanted you to read and I wanted people to hear it when you say it. Right?
Uh-huh. This paragraph you
Read
have
what it
up.
says. Where it starts at the package. Yeah.
The package also proposes creating a state-funded grant program to decrease community violence in Black neighborhoods and requiring advanced notification about grocery store closures in underserved and at-risk communities. State lawmakers said in the news release Wednesday that some of the legislation has already been introduced in the state's General Assembly or will be introduced during the current legislative session. Lawmakers said some of the measures that have already been introduced include expanding the state's Crown Act to ban hair discrimination in sports, creating a grant program that
Marcus,
increases high school and college enrollment in STEM related programs, prohibiting book bans in prison without review and oversight from the state's corrections facility. This isn't a reparations bill.
Marcus, Marcus. This is
Yeah,
this is this is slap in the face with used toilet paper, and you
I
still
mean,
gonna have black people, and you're still gonna have black people in California advocating, supporting the Democrats. Literally, look at the bulls you just read. They said they're
mhm.
creating a grant that increases high school and college enrollment in STEM related programs and prohibiting book bans in prisons. What the fuck are we talking about?
Yeah, what are we talking about here? Because I've never heard of book bans in prison. Like, what are you even
I mean,
talking about?
they do ban books in prison, but look where they think that most of us are. They're like, oh, let's help these ninjas. Let's let them read while they're in prison. I mean, just the yo, I'm telling you, dog, they would never, ever, ever fix their mouth to say anything like this to the Jewish people that they are pretending that they are going to war for now. They would never do this to them. They would never even fix their mouth to do nothing like this. They wouldn't even talk about this as it regards to them. As you see, like Atrez mentioned in the chat, if you look at the news, from Governor Hochul out of New York. What is she saying? She's bragging. Oh, we secured 183 million dollars in Holocaust funding to victims of the Holocaust, and listen closely, and their heirs. Yo, I don't know how many people are left who is actually in Auschwitz or wherever the fuck they was in Germany. I don't even know how many of them people still alive at this point. But
It's
the
not a
state
lot.
of New York is bragging about yeah, the state of New York is bragging about compensating the heirs financially. Here you have California saying, look, we're going to ban hair discrimination in sports for you Negroes. Yo, I'm
Yeah,
telling you,
I
dog,
mean,
I really think, this is going to make people feel uncomfortable, and it is what it is. But maybe integrate, not maybe integration seemed like it was a bad idea all this time later. You know what I'm saying? And I'm not saying that every white person is bad and every black person is great. I'm not saying that. But when we look at this, we put our faith, our elders put their faith into this system, civil rights, and they wanted to vote and get representation. Dog, what did we get from it? 50, 60 years later, they're telling you we're going to give you advance notice when the supermarket closes down.
yeah. I mean, that is ridiculous. This is and 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 one thing that like I did some like research looking back to when you look at segregation um in the black community, just looking at the health of the black community. Now, just be the segregation technically didn't work both ways. So I kind of don't like the way the term is used because
Correct.
if you were white, if you were Hispanic, if you were Asian, you could go into the black community. There was no
Mhm.
problem. You could go
And
back
Wesley,
and forth between Native American communities. It was just no, when it came to white areas, stay out of white areas. That's pretty
mhm,
much how segregation worked. So within the black community, there was still business done with white people and various other races. The only
mhm,
thing is that the dollar the dollar in the black community circled the community, and there was more investment within black businesses and more prosperity that was built up because it we since we couldn't use the businesses of white people who own majority of the properties. We had to build and shop with each other, and so that helped build up the black community. I mean, one of the things which is not talked about very often is with the whole Rosa Parks strike, when Martin Luther King went down there to North Carolina, part of those strikes down there, they had a whole black bus line. The white side didn't even have a bus line. And there were families with tons of buses. Dr. Claude Anderson talks about it, and they were doing well in that respect. So there was a lot lost. The black community lost a lot of things after
mhm.
after segregation because you had besides the besides the like the supremacists who would go in and destroy black towns, or the local government. I don't want to say local government, I'll say the state government decides, oh, wait a minute, we want to build a train through this area, or we want to do this, so we're just gonna, even though they built it up and they made this land which we gave them what we thought was a piece of crap land or that nobody will want, now they've made it profitable, so let's go ahead and go take that. um that's where a
Mm-hmm.
lot of those towns were completely obliterated and destroyed. And the same case which was in California, where they stole many of those areas that are now ultra wealthy plots of land. And some of the people, like, I don't know, I'll
You
go
know what?
all day long going into this topic. It's just frustrating to think about how much land was stolen from
Yeah,
people
and
who had nothing. They saved up all the little pennies they could, then bought where they could, followed all the rules just to have it taken away from them again later on. And you'll have people talk about, why do I need to pay the reparations? Why do we? And it's, I'm like, I'm not even talking to you as an individual. I'm talking to the government in these state, local municipalities that allowed this, that took part in this.
Mm-hmm.
Talking to them. A lot of people have no problem with their taxes going to all kinds of bullshit. Now, some people do have problems with it, but this is the one thing which gets most of the country up in arms about, like, hell no, I get it, I don't like my taxes going to all this other stuff, but this, hell no, I will not have my money going to helping repair this, and also repairing some of the fractured relationships within, like I talked to some people on the right, and they'll say, well,
Marcus,
what do
so
you think will help
politically,
with racism? Well, one thing that we've never addressed with dealing with what America has done to non-white populations, we've just never dealt with it. And everybody's like, well, we're just all united, and like, America's never been united. Never, ever, ever. There might be little steals where people ain't beefing or going at each other, but we've never
mm-hmm.
been united. Sorry, go ahead, Chris.
No, isn't it funny? You don't want to alienate your constituents by giving reparations to the group of people who did a lot of work. No, I don't even say whatever. They don't want to alienate the rest by giving a certain group reparations, but other groups can get legislation and reparations, cash payments, preferential treatment, things, all of the things like that, except for when it comes to people who look like you, Marcus, right? Or have the nationality that you have. Every single
Mm-hmm.
time it comes to trying to have the government do something for people who look like you, there's 1,000 people who come up with 100 million ways as to why the government shouldn't be used in this way. Yet you don't hear them say that about other groups. You don't hear it. The anger, the frustration, the vitriol that comes with it too. It's like, oh, they'll even go so far as to say don't give these people money because they'll just spend it, and we know that they'll be broke in a year or two. So you know what? Let people live the fantastic life for a year if that was the case, even. You know, but it's always there's always needing you need to study when it comes to this. You need panels. You need months to review the results of the study. You need months to put it together in a report to present it. And then in your report, it says things like, oh, we're going to stop hair discrimination in sports. Well, you know what? You probably should have did that in the 90s, because right now in the 2020s, people really ain't having issues with their hair as it relates to sports.
Yeah. Well, this is how you can tell many of these legislators that we have are so behind the times. They're fighting stuff. It's kind of like somebody who's like, yo, let me go deal with all the stuff that happened back when I was broke. So when I was broke, I remember this used to be a problem. Well, okay, for some of y'all, that was 30 years ago. It's not the same issues going on. I mean, you're talking about hair discrimination, and there's jobs now where people get face tattoos and can get the job. So hair discrimination ain't the big deal that it was back in the, maybe early 2000, 90s, 80s and stuff like that. And so it's kind of silly when I hear some of these arguments. And I know it comes from old black politicians who've been sitting in DC for 20, 30 years, who are so disconnected with what we are actually dealing with as a community. And there's a lot of good comments out there that I see. So respect to y'all. I don't know. I'm just
The
all I can
streets
do
is,
is speak for me on how I feel on this, and
you
I
know,
would say
streets has a
that
I was saying streets has a point, because the moment they decide to give you some money, they very well could just say that money is meaningless, right? Or it has no value to it. So the land piece is important too, because with the land you could do some things with that, or at the very least you could use it to sustain yourself. At least you can put some food in your belly. You understand? And at least you can
Yeah.
build housing that works for you. But and then what was it? Crispy. You don't No, I feel you, Chris. And again, it would take a little bit of nuance to understand because I'm I'm very much involved in that group of people in my real life off camera.
Yeah.
Very much so. More so than any of you would ever realize, right? And
Mm-hmm.
quite often, quite often, I'm able to speak my mind around them and say what I feel. And they understand the nuance in the discussion and in the words. It's only whenever you don't know people, you hear certain things and you're like, oh shit, this is kind of rough, and et cetera, et cetera. So I just want to say I'm fully aware of that it can't be 100% of this particular group, or even 98% of that particular group. I know it's not that high. And as it relates to the international conflict that's underway, I know it. I've seen the criticism coming from people within their grouping. So that is also good too. At least we can
Mm-hmm.
say it's not all. So I see that. I
Yeah. Yeah.
recognize it. It's not lost on me. You know what I mean? But at the same time, we don't have to do all this, like, we don't have to do all this clarification when I want to say something about black folks, though, right? I don't have to do
Yeah.
none of this when we talking about Muslims, right? I don't have to do any of this when we talking about Europeans, right? We don't have to do any of that. And that's what I'm saying. The time has come that we need to stop tiptoeing and pretending as if we like in a porcelain shop and all this other shit. None of us are about to become Adolf. Ain't none of us have an army behind us. We just regular people calling it out for what it is.
And Chris, one thing that I'll add on to that is, I mean, even the pushback that comes from the Jewish community, it's typically all the Jewish people who have any kind of power to affect things and put money behind things typically are not the ones who are pushing back against any of this stuff. And therein
Correct.
lies the problems. People who have power, or they're using it for how they want to use it. I mean, and so the for instance, I'll say the Max Blumenthals or the Katie Halpers or the guys over at Due Dissidents. They push back and they fight against the narrative, the Norm Finkelsteins, but they don't have any power in this.
Mm-hmm.
The Benny Gantz, the Itamar Ben Gavirs, the Smotriches, the Netanyahus, the Neftali Bennett's, those are the ones who have the power. And so those are the ones who ultimately get their way and their will. It's just like in the black community. The Clyburns and the Maxine Waters, these are the ones who are leading our party and making decisions for us. That's the reason why we're getting nowhere. The
Oh, and
difference
to that
is, yeah.
to that point, Marcus, right? I'm glad you brought that
Mhm.
up too. So for the FBA, ADOS, Freedmen, whatever else they're calling themselves on February 3rd, 2024. I just want to say, as much as you take shots at people like me because my people are immigrants and shit like that, I just want to say on a government level, it's all your people, bro. It's all your people. It's not mine. Yeah, you can point to a Kamala Harris now. Yeah, you can point to other people now and say, like, hey, look, these, they're half Indian, half Jamaican, or half this or half that, whatever the case may be. But Jim Clyburn, American. Maxine Waters, American. All the rest of them who have sold you out, Cleaver, all them people, they're all American, Black American at that. So for the FBA community, the Freedmen, ADOS, like I said, whatever you motherfuckers want to call yourself now, indigenous now, y'all Choctaw, you're Arawak, you're all of that shit now, clearly, right? I just want to say it. As far as government goes, you guys can't even send good representatives to represent you and your interests. And you have not even been able to convince your grandparents and aunts and uncles to stop sending these same people back to office year after year after year after year. So again, before you start like trying to be mad at Nigerians or Haitians or something like that, take care of your own crib. Get them people out of government. That
Yeah.
would be the least you could do, right? But they're
Yeah.
always complaining. But they're always complaining about somebody from Nigeria or somebody from Jamaica, or something to that effect. You know what I mean? They just low IQ people, that particular subset of them. That's how I see
Mhm.
them. And whoever has a problem with that, I really don't give a. I'm being
And
quite honest.
and to something that Thomas said earlier when he talked about um it will make more sense to go in the way of litigation than legislation. Well, here's the problem. There are plenty of black lawyers out there, but in fact there's a lot more black lawyers than politicians, but what are the black lawyers doing on this front? I don't hear any of
Nothing.
them trying to formulate any kind of serious argument or fight. In fact, I see more of them deciding that they want to go in the political lane.
Mm-hmm. Exactly.
So, I mean, uh, that's I don't know, that topic obviously touches a nerve with both of us, and we obviously can go at length with that one.
Yeah,
But
for sure.
we'll leave it at there. Much appreciation to Pacheco Roan over there, giving us a nice
What's
blessing
up, Rockfin?
from the Rockfin side. So next topic, which one do we want to get into? Let's see. Do I got my? Oh, hold on, I got it up on
I'm gonna make a
here.
turn.
Um, it's just so much going on.
There's a
Oh,
lot. We can.
did you want to talk about that Florida bill?
Oh yeah, 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 yeah. Hey, for those of us,
I remember.
for those of us who live in Florida, this coming year, well, in 2023, they amassed enough signatures to get, marijuana as a ballot, legalizing marijuana as a ballot initiative for the 2024 election this November, right? So Floridians will be able to vote on that, whether or not to legalize it and make it, you know, uh, to make it available for recreational use. Now, if you have been following this for the last several months, the what is it? The Florida Attorney General has been trying everything she can to try to circumvent the vote that's about to come up, because at at they know the writing is on the wall. Come November, the voters are gonna vote to legalize marijuana, right? The attorney general, for whatever reason, has an issue with that, and she's been working hard, even going so far as to try to contact the Supreme Court to get them to rule on something before the vote even took place, right? Anyway, now they're saying they're proposing a law in Florida, HB 1269. I think this piece of legislation says they're going to lower the amount of THC in the marijuana that becomes legal.
Hmm. That what? Okay. It sounds
Correct.
like
So
they're just gonna make it open for the so-called black market to stay afloat.
you know what I was thinking, Marcus? I was trying to figure out, like, who would benefit from this, who would want to do this, who would feel the competition. And then it dawned on me. And then I looked at the on that page where you're on, or it's
Mm-hmm.
another page like that. They show the yo streets. I see that, man. um, uh, the lobbyist, one of the lobbyists in this particular, if you click where it says lobbyist disclosure information, Marcus, you'll see Curaleaf. They are a medical marijuana company. You know, the
Purely.
medical
Hmm.
marijuana,
Interesting.
the THC in the medical marijuana um, only hits a certain percentage, right? 35%, you
Yeah. Yeah.
know,
Yeah.
60, 70, whatever. But if I can get something on the street that's 93, 97, 98% THC, why do I need to go to a dispensary to go get their shit that's 82% or 80%? So it looks as if the um, medical marijuana lobby, if you will, for lack of a better term, looks as if they're putting money behind this legislation so that they can be able, so that they can compete in the marketplace. Because why would you want to go get something less that has, it just doesn't make sense. It's like going to get diet liquor. What's the point?
Diet liquor. Well, I mean, that's like buying some fucking cheap ass champagne. I mean, and I've noticed that even out here in California, you don't see. I want to say if you see 40% THC, like that's probably about the highest you see.
Mm-hmm.
And I always wondered,
Mm-hmm.
I'm like, is that? Wonder why it's that way. That's like that's literally the highest. You don't see anything that goes over that. Now I don't know. Well, I'm not gonna say percent. I don't know if it's percent. It just says I don't know what the 40 is. The levels. It'll tell you. Oh, well, this is 20. That's like 35. This is. But I don't think I've ever seen anything that's like more than like 45.
Mm-hmm.
And
Yeah,
that's
see,
out
like
here where it's
here.
supposedly legal. I bet you it's
Yeah.
something in that bill.
Mm-hmm. So, and then what else I found funny was that if you scroll back up to the author of the bill, well, you see his name right there, in that middle section. It says Masulo. Can't remember if his
Yeah, I
first
saw
name is
that.
Thomas. Yeah, I don't know if his name is Thomas. I can't remember, or Frank, whatever his name is. But he is the wealthiest member of the Florida legislation. He is worth, I think they said it was either 40 million or 60 million. I don't know if my dyslexia is kicking in, but he's worth a lot of money. He's a dermatologist. So that's whenever this came up, I'm like, why does a dermatologist, what do you do? And then, side note, Masulo, the dermatologist guy, he was part of a lawsuit that him and his partner were lying about the lesions on people's faces, suggesting surgery and operations to remove these lesions and bumps on people. And they didn't really need to do it. So I just wanted to throw that in there about the particular author. He doesn't give two fucks about Florida residents. Somebody had to be putting some money in this dude's pocket or promising him certain things for him to go and do this. It doesn't make
Wow.
it doesn't make any sense. What happened, Marcus?
Oh no, I'm listening to what you're saying, and it's just interesting because I remember, for instance, you remember House Speaker John Boehner, right?
Oh, John Boner, who hated weed, and then what happened to him as soon as he left Congress? Oh shit! I sit on the board of a weed company.
Yeah, and I just thought
Lobby.
that was that's pretty interesting.
Matter of fact, John Boner went to go and like lobby Congress about marijuana. So not only did
Yes,
he,
yes, he did. Literally, like what was it? A year after he was out of office.
mm-hmm, he's lobbying them. So yeah, I remember.
Wow,
But I just wanted to
interesting.
bring that up. I just wanted to bring that up for people to keep an eye on. Florida will vote on this well, not on this measure, but Florida will vote in November to legalize marijuana.
Hmm. And let's see. Still, and I was just talking about this with Chris. I said, I started a little news rundown so that I thought it would be quick. Some stories that I noticed are not getting covered, but it's like turned into now the stuff that I'm seeing, the news rundown, like stories that I wanted to bring up. These stories are starting to have a lot more meat on the bones that need a little bit further discussion and weird things I feel like that are going on with the media right now. So we will get to our main topics, but some of these other
Oh, speaking
stories,
of
it's
yeah,
just a
speaking of
lot
Marcus,
on these topics. Hmm.
This is a quick one, but did you see your girl Joyanne Reed get caught with the hot mic saying about Biden going to start a fucking war, and then she came
Yeah.
back and was like, "Oops, I didn't mean to curse," etc., etc. Even the fake know that something is up.
Yes. I
Yo,
mean, well, what it is she's just lying. I guarantee you, she's more hip to game, but she's trying to keep her job. And
yeah,
I
she wants to
mean,
get paid.
she want to get paid, and she make good money. So
Mm-hmm.
y'all heard? I don't know if y'all seen the old Van Jones clip where Van Jones was talking about like either he basically
9/11.
made he I can't. I don't remember it word for word, so I'll try to kind of give the sentiment, hopefully. But he kind of made almost the same thing like Two Face said, like you either live long enough to, but y'all know the quote. I'm getting it
Oh, the
all
Batman
jacked up.
line. You
The Batman
you
line.
die. Yeah, you either die and be the hero, or you live long enough to see yourself be the villain.
Exactly. Well, there's clips of him back in the day talking about not being a sellout and all that, and
Yeah.
cutting the hair and putting on the suit, and he literally became what he talked about, and obviously the price was right for him. So I mean, and in all honesty, the price will be right for a lot of people when it come down to it. Still there?
Yeah, I'm looking for the video. You can go ahead, Marcus. I'm looking for the video real quick because Street said he didn't see it, so I just want to find it so I can
Oh,
bring
he
it
did.
up for him
Oh, he
because it
didn't
really
see it.
was.
Yeah, I'll say. I think I'm probably frozen, but I can keep going. Um, and
Yeah.
I just
Oh,
noticed that. Huh? Yeah, I
no,
was.
go ahead.
I That's what I said. I know this computer is just giving me all kind of problems, and thank you for all y'all who are bearing with me. But I was gonna bring up.
Is it me by myself again? Oh, damn. Okay. Yeah, Streets. When Marcus comes back, I'll get it for you. But she was introducing the segment. I don't remember what the segment was on. It was regarding Biden and the campaign, et cetera, et cetera. So they go to Biden, and Joy Reid is on a hot mic, and you can hear her say sarcastically, "Yeah, and he's starting another fucking war." And then the audio cuts out, and then she comes back, and then she apologizes. Oh, sorry, you heard some words that you shouldn't have heard on air, and that was it. I mean, it was nothing really crazy, but it's that they know this stuff, but when they get on camera, they will say the total opposite. So it's, as Marcus said, they like their job, right? They like the pay, they like the perks that come with it. So even if they know better, they won't ever speak otherwise. It's not in their financial interest to do so. So, that was just something like real quick I wanted to touch on. Marcus isn't here, so we'll move on to, story after story because, we're already like almost an hour in and there's still a lot to cover. Did anybody hear about the TikTok and Universal Music Group beef? If you have, please comment in the, please comment, let me know. If not, I'll carry on. There's beef now between TikTok and Universal Music Group. Well, not necessarily beef, but I think the agreement that TikTok and Universal had expired on the 31st of January. Because the deal expired, Universal pulled all of their music from TikTok. Universal Music Group, if you think about them, I'll give you two names that everybody will be familiar with. Taylor Swift, Drake. They're not the only artists on Universal, but clearly they are some of the most popular artists that we have today. Whether you listen to them or like them or not, that means that's irrelevant at this point. Universal, I think, is probably the biggest label for music. I think most artists, I think, Universal, in terms of shares, I think they have the majority of like music under their umbrella or artists under their umbrella and some of the larger ones. So why am I bringing this story up? Who cares about TikTok? Who cares about Universal? I get it. This is why I found it very interesting. Universal cited three reasons as to why they were not negotiating any further with TikTok. The first reason they said was that TikTok, the splits or the financial plan that TikTok has for paying the artists is too low. Immediately once I read that, I knew it was bullshit. You know why? Because Universal doesn't really take care of their artists either, right? They put these people in 360 deals. Okay, Marcus is back with us, guys. Hold on 1 second.
Yeah, sorry about that. Like I said, yeah, I'm gonna have to take this thing into the shop. I don't know why it keeps doing this, but I'll try to stay on this screen and quit trying to switch back and forth. So apologies to those over on Rockfin. I was trying to catch some of y'all comments, see if y'all were saying anything, but this thing is giving me hell. So apologies. I'll just pull it up on my phone.
Yes, Marcus, I finished up with the Joy Reid thing. You know, obviously there's not a whole lot to get into there.
Mhm.
And I started talking about the TikTok Universal thing that I had been telling you about earlier. So I was explaining to them that, Universal has a shit ton of artists, and very popular ones at that. So part of the three reasons that Universal gave for pulling their music and not putting it back on the platform is that artists pay. Then they said TikTok, there's too much artificial intelligence AI on TikTok, and that hurts the business and that hurts the artists. But again, that didn't really resonate with me like that. Then finally, Universal Music Group said there is too much hate speech on TikTok. And that's the reason why they haven't put their music back on there. Can anybody read between that line? The first two issues I said you can ignore, that didn't mean anything. They really told you what was important in that last one. Does anybody know what Universal Music Group is referring to when they say that TikTok allows too much hate speech on their platform? I'll give the crowd a few moments to think about that and to provide us with an answer in the chat.
Mm-hmm.
In the meantime, Marcus, what are your
There we go.
oh, look. Oh,
There we
so
go.
we got a sharp one in the class. We got a sharp one. Mrs. Farris.
Mm-hmm.
Mrs. Farris, Yipper jumped in too. Exactly. So there is, if you've been following, I don't have TikTok, but clearly they a lot of these platforms, they put content from each on every one, right? You can see Twitter stuff on Instagram, you can see Instagram stuff on Twitter, and vice versa, and so on and so forth. So Thomas, ironically, they didn't use that word, Thomas. This is why it made my ears start ringing, because they didn't use that word, anti-Semitism. They just said hate
Yep.
speech. You know what? For those who play video games in the chat, if you go on Twitch, if you go on YouTube, if you go on Twitter, TikTok, Facebook, Instagram, the rest of it, I can find a whole lot of anti-black shit there, like heinous stuff, like really ugly, nasty, truly 18th century feeling type shit. And Universal had no problem having their music on the platform. But what happened between September 2023 and February 2024? There was just an escalation of some issues in the Middle East, and the users on TikTok have been willing to be very honest and to point things out and to show people the hypocrisy and the lies that go on. I don't like going around, especially from you, Marcus, you self-hating Israel. That was a good one, Yipper. That was good.
That's
But,
a good one. That's a good one.
so I just wanted to point that out, guys. That look at what Universal is doing, and unlike with Twitter, where the government or Netanyahu can come and tell, or the Netanyahu can request or summon. Matter of fact, not even request, where he can summon the head of Twitter to meet him in Auschwitz, and they can walk around Germany and with Elon Musk with the stupid face on, right? He's got a company called the Boring Company, right? Right? The Boring Company. I'm gonna call him the Stupid Face, right? Because he was in Auschwitz with the stupid face, And then as soon as he came back, he started banning accounts. Accounts started going missing from Twitter because they were highly critical of the situation in the Middle East. We didn't, Universal hasn't had a problem with anything up until now. And then just go look at the board of directors of Universal. I'll leave it at that, Marcus. We can move on to the next topic.
No, I mean it's a good point because that's I mean for I hear people say, well, it's anti-Semitism to say that certain people have power. And then we watch certain people say something and things happen instantly.
Immediately.
Showing if you don't say you have power, you definitely got a lot of influence. For some reason, when you say jump, people are jumping and other people don't have that same kind of pull. I mean, I've noticed when it's come to any other conflict that's been going on, like the stuff that's been going on in Israel right now during this so-called war, which I don't even like the term of calling it a war.
Yeah, I don't like war either.
Because it's not a war.
No.
A war is when you have two opposing equal sides who are fighting each other. This isn't a war. This is a crackdown on a colony. That's what this is. This is the colony wants to push back. I mean, I guarantee
Marcus, Marcus, what would happen to this program if you and I went and put on some of the yarmulkes and we started mocking Yiddish speaking people? What would happen to this channel?
This channel program would be gone tomorrow, and we probably would lose our jobs.
Okay, but yet you can have little pieces of like Ben. You can have pieces of excrement like Ben Shapiro, and all of these other Caucasians who now want to do raps, about whatever, and they corny as fuck, and they running it up to number one. Yonina, thank you for reminding me that, because I just saw your comment. You know what I'm saying? You have these dudes rapping, and it's just like, yo, that's not your culture. Why don't y'all ever stick with your culture? Why is everything always about our culture? See, this is why what frustrates me, because you can sit there and make a mockery of us, and we supposed to sit here like jizz and take it and be quiet and not push back too hard. Don't show your frustration. Don't show your anger, because then you'll be the ABM, and nobody likes ABMs, right? But yet, they can mock us in every way possible. Why you ain't do the video in Yiddish? Why you ain't do it, in something else? Why you do it in Russian? Why you do it in Polish?
But what's his name? Was it Tom McDonald? He been I don't know.
We know, yeah, correct.
I've been had issues with him, and I'm like, yeah, right now you're kind of saying some stuff that some people might be okay with and could kind of pass. But I was waiting for when he was gonna start showing more of his true colors, and yeah, he definitely showed them with this one.
Those two Oz whistles.
Well, I mean, I look at it like this, like this stuff just frustrates me, and I was watching an interview, rewatching an interview. I don't know if you guys remember that that second round interview of Pierce Morgan and Andrew Tate, and Pierce Morgan kept trying to step on the point of getting him to be is Hamas a terrorist? Are they terrorists because of October 7th? Because October 7th, there's no justifiable excuse for October 7th. You cannot ever say there's no justifiable excuse. I'm going to tell you why you can't say that, why you cannot make that claim. Because if somebody does something to you that's unjustifiable, then whatever comes back, you have to accept that's a possibility of what's going to come with it. You set up a settler colonial state and you attack people day after day, year after
Mm-hmm.
year. You steal homes, you destroy land, you do all of this. You cannot be surprised when October 7th comes along, and you cannot act like it is something so atrocious over everything else. You can't play that game. And that's my issue with the with the Pierce Morgan. Hold on 1 second. I'll be right back. I'm gonna get back to that point, but I think somebody's at the door.
Oh yeah, it's funny, Marcus. You have people at your door. My son just came home like a little while ago. Last time I got off, yeah, he was just knocking at the door. Of course, he don't have his keys. Where's your keys? I don't know. I left them somewhere. Yeah, having kids, y'all. I'm telling you, the joy. But yeah, I had mine. He went roller. He was roller skating earlier, so I did let him go, and he just came back. But yeah, Thomas, that Ben Shapiro rap and the other dude who was rapping with him, that shit was. I mean, obviously we
Tom
know it was
McDonald.
corny. Yeah, Tom McDonald. Yeah, it was corny, but it was extra corny. Like they have no swag. They don't even
Oh,
have no like. I just want to know, like, are women actually attracted to those guys? For the women in the crowd, please speak up. Like, is there anything attractive or appealing about somebody like Ben Shapiro outside of maybe his bank account? Like, what does he have?
mm. Well, he has the money to be able to get his voice put out there. That's what he has. Um,
Mm.
so when and in this system,
Yeah,
it
Wesley
all
is
depends
corny
on
as fuck.
who got the money to make it do whatever it do. So if you hear Marcus saying, "What did I do?" You know it's. Oh yeah, and this is what I wanted to go back to what I was saying about the Pierce Morgan thing, and I noticed this mentality of the Pierce Morgans and the people like him. They have this mentality of, okay, I might have did this to you and this was fucked up, but what you did back to me, that's not justified. Me and Chris, our backgrounds is we grew up around people from the streets. I have never heard the people I grew up around like, yeah, I was moving this weight and I got locked up, but that's unfair what they did to me. You made a choice to do something that you knew was illegal and you had the possibility it could end in death, incarceration, retaliation to your family, all kind of things. You knew all the cost that came with doing what you're doing. But yet Zionists and a lot of these defenders of Zionists have this mentality of, well, you just okay, we did this to you guys, but nothing should ever happen back. It's almost the same mentality, and I guarantee you, even probably the early colonizers of this country had the mentality of, yeah, I know we're going to push some of them off their land and genocide them, and it's the possibility that some of them going to want to come back and feel some type of way about us and come after us.
Mm-hmm.
But this like new mentality of, well, consequences coming back to me, like that's unfair. It's like
Mm-hmm.
the mental gymnastics that these people go through to be in disbelief of somebody and the craziest part to me, is if they were flipped in that same exact situation, they will react the same, if not worse. You telling
Mm-hmm.
me if Pierce Morgan uh family lived in Palestine and they were having to go through the checkpoints. They were having their land stolen. You got them old lady with a broken arm and they're slamming her around. Just randomly drive by IDF and decide to shoot a kid in the stomach. And all of these things and these events just happen on a daily basis, over and over and over. You see the videos of the Israelis telling you how much they hate you and the Arabs are going to be my slaves and all this stuff like that. And there's no innocent Palestinian. And then you're surprised. I
But
mean, the March of
Marcus,
Return, when you shoot and maim and kill thousands of people, and then you're surprised when something happens back to you.
we got to keep it real. What does it say about you as a person and your group that you would go to somebody's property who is already living there and you have the authorities help you prevent the people who live there to go inside their home while you go in there and gut their home, and you stand there and you say that you do all this shit on your own, right? You ain't got no huevos, you ain't got no balls. You had to have the government help you. Why you ain't go there and rob them people straight up if you so gangster? Chutzpah. Thank you, Janice. You know, if you really about it, and you really them dudes, and you really like that, why you have to have the soldiers behind you when you go and take their cribs, especially like in the West Bank? They really be going over there like, oh, nah, you can't come back in here.
Mm-hmm.
You can't come
Yep.
back in here. And you see old women screaming at the top of their lungs. Women who look like my goddamn grandma when she was alive. Recipes, grandma. You know, we were just talking about you the other day. You was funny. But anyway, like, there's women who look like my grandmother did, and they're screaming to people, oh, that's my house, that's my house, that's my house. And you have men our age there, you know, with their chests all big, looking at these old women like, oh, yeah, bitch, it's mine now. Like, yo,
And not
I have
only that,
never,
knocking her down and then putting a knee in her back like she's some dangerous threat.
I have never seen such behavior in my life. And I've seen some pussy behavior, but I have never seen pussy behavior en mass to this extent. This is really a first time in my life I'm seeing it to this extent. This is why people have to behave how they do, because they're really cowardly deep down. They are the biggest cowards, and they should be.
Yeah. But
So
it's kind of
anyway,
funny.
next story. What you
Yeah.
got on what you
Then
got on your girl Taylor
no.
Swift?
Oh no, I'm not gonna bring that one up yet. I wanted to go
Oh,
into the other one that you told me about. That you want to look into Burkina Faso.
something better. Okay.
Yeah.
Have you guys
Well,
ever
we'll
heard
we'll get to her silly ass. Well, not even it's not even hers, but we'll get to it.
it's not
Um,
her. In fairness, that's what I like. Well, we'll get to that. I have no issue with that girl personally. It's all
yeah.
the other shit.
So this one right here, Endeavor. God dang it, no, no, I don't want none of that shit. Not signing in. Um, not touching it. Endeavor says work at Burkina Faso gold mine resumed after strike ended. Company says work stoppage has significant financial impacts. Worker at the Hound gold mine down tools on January 21st. So that's how long they were on strike. Dang, that's right. I'm not registered for free. No, I'm not messing with that. We're gonna drop this article. But anyway, I can paraphrase kind of what's going on with that situation, and then Chris can kind of weigh in a little bit more. Also,
Hmm.
um, there has been a strike going on at that gold mine, and one of the crazy things about it is that company in Endeavour, which is a French Canadian company, owns like 90% of the mine, and the rest is owned by Burkina Faso. Well, they have decided that the work conditions for one are issue, compensation issues, and there's a lot of stuff that they were deciding to strike for. That company Endeavor just was awarded a suit that basically broke the strike and saying, no, y'all need to get back to work. So that's kind of like an overview of it. But Chris, your thoughts and commentary.
Well, actually, you know what? This clip I have is just about 11 minutes. We won't go into the whole thing,
Sure.
but I just want to show people the mindset of the people who we are talking about. It goes way deeper than just the religion you put in front of your nationality. It goes far deeper than that. So let's do this.
France strategically limited access to knowledge and resources during Burkina Faso's colonial era, perpetuating a dependency that persisted even after nominal independence. The colonial administration withheld critical information about resource exploitation and economic development from the local population on purpose. This calculated move ensured that African nations like Burkina Faso continued to rely heavily on European nations for expertise and economic sustenance after independence. The consequences of this historical manipulation are still visible today, especially in the extraction of natural resources such as gold. Foreign companies, often of European origin, control and own a large portion of Burkina Faso's gold mines, mirroring a pattern seen throughout Africa. This situation exemplifies the long-lasting legacy of colonial practices that prioritized external interests over empowering local communities to harness their resources for self-sufficiency in economic growth and development. The lack of infrastructure in Burkina Faso made immediate control of the gold mines difficult for Captain Ibrahim Traore's government. Recognizing these constraints, Traore waited for the establishment of a gold refinery, a critical asset for handling and refining gold from mines, ensuring higher selling prices. Traore recently began the construction of Burkina Faso's first gold refinery, which is set to revolutionize the country's gold sector. This significant step is intended to restructure the gold industry by penalizing foreign entities that have long exploited Burkina Faso's gold reserves. An upcoming video will discuss the refinery's impact on the Western gold market and its ramifications for the companies that exploit the country's resources. Prior to this development, Burkina Faso's military junta planned to restructure the gold mining sector in order to increase the nation's share of profits and promote long-term growth. For renegotiating contracts, revising fiscal terms, and raising royalties and taxes. These policies were designed to ensure a more equitable distribution of wealth generated by Burkina Faso's gold resources. Furthermore, the junta intended to draft legislation allowing for the reclamation of gold mines and requiring companies to invest in local communities for infrastructure, social services, and job opportunities, fostering inclusive growth and reducing reliance on foreign entities. Burkina Faso's military junta outlined plans to increase local participation in the mining sector, including joint ventures with foreign firms and the establishment of state-owned enterprises. They plan to renegotiate mining contracts in order to increase the government's profit share, and they proposed establishing a state-run mining company for new gold mines. Burkina Faso recently began construction on its first gold refinery, led by Captain Ibrahim Traore, which is expected to generate direct and indirect employment while refining approximately 400 kilograms of gold daily. During the launch event, Traore emphasized the importance of domestic gold refining, aiming to reduce the practice of exporting unrefined gold at lower prices, while potentially increasing state revenue by refining locally. This move represents a shift toward gold processing within the country, echoing the emerging trend among African mining nations to reduce reliance on raw material exports. Similarly, Mali, Africa's third largest gold producer.
All right. Oh. So I just wanted to stop it there, Marcus. Are you there with me?
Yeah. No,
Anyway,
that was good.
wanted-
That was a real good breakdown.
Yeah, so I just wanted, people to know that in Burkina Faso, obviously earlier, well, not earlier this year, but last year, they were one of the three African nations to basically kick their colonizers out of the country and to say, or their puppets, and to say, you know what, we got this. What I liked about Traore's statement was that he said, all of this is going to be run by us. The idea for this was born by us. We didn't we didn't buy the machinery from another country. Another country didn't design the machine. This is all 100% us. So I really like that for them. You know what I mean? That
Mm-hmm.
there's not a business agreement or deal with a European country or America that would still have some type of rights, ownership, or some kind of legal claim to the gold or to the land. I like that they're doing everything by themselves. Self-sufficiency, that is the way. Because you can't make deals with these people. They will show you how they will stab you in the back every chance they get. So shout out to Burkina Faso and their leader. I just hope that, that you guys continue to stay on the righteous path and you don't, let greed overtake you. That is a tough battle.
Yeah, I mean, hopefully that it will maintain because you had kind of the same. This kind of reminds me a little bit of the Arab Spring, where you had the overthrow of a lot of these puppets who are in there, only for it to only be something temporary, and for them to re-get control and then reinsert said new puppets in. So, just hoping that they'll be able to maintain this independence from France and Canada and a lot of the other Western powers. But you do have to worry about um, some of the stuff that I see going on with China trying to sneak their way in. So far, Russia's been very much in partnership, but just hopefully it doesn't go sideways. At least China and Russia hasn't been doing it at the barrel of a gun. It's been through negotiations. So we will see how that goes, and hopefully it works out well. I got one other quick story I wanted to throw in there. I just kind of want to ask Chris's opinion because I don't have very strong opinions on this subject. Um, and I know it's been kind of a heavily contentious subject of late, especially with those people who have a big deal, who have a lot of strong feelings on illegal immigration. But since Chris is a New Yorker and this did happen in New York, I'm wondering like what's his thoughts on, and I know everybody on the crowd has seen it. If you don't know, let us know let us know, and then we'll try to go into it a little bit. But what do you think about the migrants who attacked the cops? That whole situation. Oh no, come off mute. I wanna know.
Oh shit, damn, I was on mute. I didn't even realize it. Maybe that was for the
Mhm.
best.
Yeah,
No,
because
but
I know you was gonna say something crazy.
yeah, I gotta remember sometimes like this shit is recorded and I'm not like, we just not talking on the phone and nothing like
Yeah, it's
that.
not just us. We got to remember we have a crowd. It stays online forever. Somebody could come back to us 3 years from now and be like, "What the hell did you say?"
No, I mean, look, do I do I feel bad about people who in those badges?
Oh, hold on one
No.
second, Chris. Hold on one second. Ruby said, "No, say what you said." It I guarantee y'all, if y'all heard the conversations that we have off
The
camera,
streets is funny.
I'm gonna leave it at that.
Um, no, I don't look, I don't feel bad for the people in the badges per se, right? But it's as you say, I'm kind of torn in one way because not all of these people are people who are just coming here to like get a little job and get themselves right and be with their family. Some of these people will hurt your family members, and they have been doing that. Some of them are criminals. Some of them are fucked up individuals. You understand what I'm saying? But at the end of the day, do I really give two fucks about some cops in New York, especially? No, not really. I don't. Um, the government is the one who set that up. The governments of wherever, whether it be Texas, New York, Florida or any other border state that is sending people, that are sending the migrants to states like New York or Illinois or Pennsylvania, what have you. I don't feel bad for the police, but I feel bad for the people, for the lady who gets robbed, the man who gets stabbed, the kids who get chased. I do feel for those particular people, but not for the police. Nah, y'all got guns. If y'all wanted to shoot them, you could have. Let's be honest.
Yeah. I mean, and good point that you did bring up, because I don't know if everybody's covering the fact that some of this has been violent. There has been a rise in robberies. There has been a rise in assaults. This is the same thing which happened after the rise of Che Guevara and Fidel Castro.
Anybody watching Griselda?
Yeah, we've been watching it. We're about 3 or 4 episodes in. My only issue with it, a little off topic. My only issue with it is it's so inaccurate. But that's the issue you had. You had people who were coming here to the States who were like, "Yeah, we're just trying to get out of the way of the violence, whether it's the not the Contras, whether it's the nuke found Castro regime, or whether it's a Batista." People were getting caught in the crossfire. And so I did feel for them and the people who were coming over as refugees legitimately. But at the same time, you did have criminal element and corrupt military people coming in the country, which funneled into a lot of the drug problems, which you saw later on down there in Miami, and a lot of the violence, which led into some of the cartel stuff.
Ruby, to answer your question, why wouldn't I feel bad for them? Let me just tell you this. I can't speak for anybody else. I can only speak from my experience, what I've seen in the city of New York from the time I could remember to the time I left. There have not, let me see. The interaction with the police have largely been negative, extremely so. Not just personally, my parents, my brother, my friends, other family members, the community at large. The interactions aren't good. My brother and I played basketball, right? We were up in Whitestone. I guess the name says it all. If you're familiar with New York, you know Whitestone, Flushing. We went to high school not far away from there. The neighborhood was predominantly Caucasian. My brother and I were waiting for the bus. Again, a white guy came up with his dog, threatening to sick his dog on us, and he called the cops on us. The cops didn't even want to listen to us saying, like, hey, this guy was sicking his dog on us, and we're just here waiting for the bus. And then when the cop asked us, like, what school we went to, and we told him the goddamn private Catholic school we went to, and that we were just playing basketball, he told us don't never be seen in this neighborhood again. Stuff like that, when it happens to you when you're young, that's just stick in your brain. And yeah, as you grow, you start to, you can understand maybe it was a bad apple, maybe it's this and that. But whenever you get these stories, and when we're in a barbershop and there's a bunch of us and all of us got similar stories like this numerous times, I don't have no I don't have no feelings for them people. And that goes beyond color. It's not a white thing, it's the badge thing. Because quite honestly, if I'm driving and I get pulled over and I look out the side view mirror and I see it's a black cop, I'm like, God damn. Because I know he's going to be probably a little bit extra. He's
especially if he has a partner.
Correct. And he's not going to care about being called a racist because he's black. So he's going to feel like he's going to do any and everything to me or anybody. So I'm just saying that the experiences that a lot of us have with that particular organization is not positive. And for all of the talk about, well, you can't judge the rest off a bad apple. Not a tree look bad. I'm not judging them off a bad apple. That tree is corrupted. The tree need to be taken down, burned, cut, roots cut. I don't know, but that's why our attitudes are this way.
Yeah. Yeah,
And it could be
you're
for
not
some
lying.
reason.
When you say you can go to the barber shop and ask everybody in there, you can pick the time. You can pick any time you want to go. Every single black male that is in there is going to give you a story about some fucked up shit that cops did to them. I mean,
When they
I've,
weren't, and here's the thing, Marcus, here's the thing. The fucked up things happened to us and them when we weren't doing anything illegal. Let me repeat, we weren't doing anything illegal. No one is complaining about, well, I mean, there still needs to be some guidelines as well as to how far they can go when you are committing a crime, depending on the nature of the crime you're committing. However, we're not talking about we're not talking about their behavior in apprehending criminals. We're talking about their behavior with civilians and citizens who haven't committed crimes. I mean, they were arrested. I mean, especially since the crack era, shit is crazy.
yeah, I remember just one of the experiences that I care to share, because there's some which are worse and some which were worse in different ways. But I remember, like, this is to explain how far they
I see
go,
you streets.
even when there should be no question that you're not doing anything wrong. I got off my job with my uniform shirt on when I worked at the grocery store. Oh, my cousin in the building. What's up, Ladarius? And
Yeah, I
he
seen
could
Cuzzo.
certify, he could verify this, that I used to work at the grocery store. I was wearing my Price Chopper shirt when I worked at Price Chopper grocery store.
Price
J-
shoppers.
just got my check. My money is wrapped. I just cashed it. My money is wrapped with my check. It says the name of the business and everything. I had a cop stop me while I'm walking home. Now, granted, it's like a polo red shirt and I'm wearing khakis. Pulls me over, does the whole need to search me and check me for drugs, and then steals my paycheck
Mm,
because he says,
mm.
y'all, more than likely you got this from drug money. Now, my cousin is in here. He could tell you I wasn't never the problem kid or doing none of that stuff. And
You
if they
wasn't
go
running the
after
street.
kids who stayed out of trouble, who weren't part of the street stuff, if you're not immune to police going after you, then nobody in the hood's immune from it.
Marcus, I was with my white homegirl. This is several years ago. I was with my white homegirl. We went and copped some, you know what, and we were sitting in the car twisting up. We didn't even get to put the fire to the joint yet, right? And the cops came up. So there was Bud. She bought the Bud. I had just gotten out. Matter of fact, she met me at my job. So I was still like collared up, tie, nice clothes. You know what I mean? Just getting out of work. I have nothing on me. All my stuff is at home. So when we had stopped to twist up and they came to the car, they separated us and they told her to tell them that it was my product and not hers. We weren't lying. It was hers. I didn't have nothing on me at that time at all. But they didn't even give her a ticket, right? But they wanted her badly to say like, nah, this belongs to Chris. This all Chris work. This all his shit. And she kept telling them, no, it's not. Oh, you don't have to lie. You ain't got to lie, Craig. You know what I mean? And in this particular instance, we were not lying. It was the God's honest truth. And they didn't want to believe it, but they would have been super happy with her lying. And then, oh yeah, I know, Chris H. Yeah, I know, right? But I was going home to my wife at that time, so there was nothing going on there. but but yeah, that was that's the kind of shit that happens. And I was just like, damn, they won't even take your word for it. As a white woman, they wouldn't take her word. They were just like, oh, she's got to be lying for this guy, or she's under a spell of this guy. Meanwhile, the situation wasn't even like that. You understand what I'm saying?
Yeah, so I mean, I get maybe all of them might not be, but I just know the experiences that we've had, and that's why, like, you know, and I'm not gonna go into it because this is a subject honorable mention story, but I was gonna talk about the Nikki Haley stuff because she went on Breakfast Club and
Oh
she
yeah.
tried to peddle her BS, and Charlemagne the goofball and
No, that's a good
Envy.
name.
They basically just let her just kind of walk that bullshit and hardly any pushback. And it's like
I don't even know for a
for a
lot of
black
you
man
that
in America, for a black man in America, you cannot say with an honest face that America is not a racist country and has never been a racist country. You can't float that bullshit. And she says she doesn't want to say that America's a racist country because she doesn't want children believing that they have no opportunities. For one, knowing that you have obstacles doesn't mean that that's going to stop you from trying, and doesn't mean that's going to stop you from being able to rise above those difficulties. I like I've told the story before. I had a basketball game where we had white parents out there, and you can hear them from the stands saying, "You better not let those niggers beat you." You think that because we heard that was going to make us stop playing? No. So I mean,
you know, Marcus,
this
ironically, reading
mentality
the
of
comments.
hiding from the truth so that it'll just paralyze us from accomplishing things is just bullshit.
Marcus, reading the comments from Ruby and Janice back to back, right? Ironically, you know who I always like to say, you know who could tell you about racism too? White women who are interested in black men. They can tell you about the microaggressions and the outright racism that happens to
Mm-hmm.
them from being interested, being seen with a black person. And we know on the other side too, you get looks from black people, but we're not talking about that part of it now. We can have a discussion on that part of it another time. But the white women who are into black women, they can tell you because they often find themselves in situations sometimes where the things that they
Mm-hmm.
thought were just like crazy and far-fetched, they find themselves in these situations, and when they come out of it, they're like, yo, this some fucked up shit. They can't believe it
Mm-hmm.
until it happens again.
Well, they
And they're like,
experience it.
yeah, then they have the experience, and then they're like, wait a second, there's a lot of legitimacy to what people like you and I are saying.
Mm-hmm.
And that was
Yeah,
that.
that's that. Yeah, I mean, and you know, we definitely can go on and on this, but I guess
Mhm.
probably why something like that jumps out to us because when we hear people say, "Oh, well," like Nikki Haley said, "Oh, well, the racism kind of just came out while Barack Obama was president." Well, where did that come from?
Mhm.
That came from people who had a problem with Barack Obama becoming the so-called first black president. It it was a reaction to that. I mean,
Facts, Thomas.
and before he even got into office and did anything in DC, you know how many hotels were blocking it up and saying that he couldn't stay at those hotels? Gonna be the first black president. You know how many? There were there were tons of hotels that are like, nah, he can't stay here. He can't stay here. We're all booked up. We're all booked up for the future
You know,
president. So when I hear people try to play this, well, it wasn't racist when I was in school. You just didn't hear about the shit. It didn't just pop up overnight. It wasn't going on all the way through slavery, after slavery, 20s, 30s, 40s, 50s, 60s, and then stop somewhere in the 70s, 80s,
mhm.
90s, and then pop back up again. No, the shit has always been going on. You just weren't exposed to it. You weren't around it.
Mar-
And even if you had some black friends, they more than likely you just weren't hearing about it.
Marcus, like around 2004 or five, right? I took a trip down to Alabama, right? And
Mm-hmm.
we went to for someone's funeral, for a family member's funeral. not mine, somebody else's family at the time.
Oh, I hope not yours. We'd be
Yeah,
talking to a
yeah,
ghost. That'd be kind of creepy.
But so we get to Alabama, whatever. We go to their family's house. We go to the hotel. I think it was a Holiday Inn. We go to the Holiday Inn, and we're like, there's about 4, 5. There's about 8 of us, and we're like, we need a suite, just a big room. We only need the room for the night, at the most 2 nights, etc., etc. They hit us with the Forrest Gump line when he was walking on the bus. Seats taken, seats taken. That's what they kept saying to us, right? When we got back in the car, I called and put on my white voice. Hey guys, we're looking for a room. There's about 7 of us, please. Oh, come on down. We got rooms for you. I was like, you motherfuckers.
Mm-hmm.
Like, again, that's another real story. So I'm just, the things that we got to live with are the things we got to live with. So, if you see us a little edgy, a little sharp, or maybe a little rough, this is why. This is what the type of shit we got to deal with.
And the thing about it is, it's not even like we trip over it anymore. At the age we are now, we're kind of just used to it. We just realize it just comes with the game. I mean,
and we make our way around it, through it, over it. It don't stop.
Yeah, it don't stop shit. We just realize it is what it is. Some places you go to, you just gonna face some racist shit. Period. Sometimes you just gonna have to work a little bit harder on some certain things. And we just realize this is America. This is just what it is. We're not gonna be the Nikki Haley and fucking try to lie and pretend shit's not going on.
Yeah.
But yeah, I don't know. It just irritates me when I hear her play that BS. Well, if you tell kids that America racist, then they're not going to believe that they can be able to achieve stuff. And I'm like, bitch, get the fuck out of here.
The Breakfast Club is whack as hell. Like you said, Charlemagne the Clown and DJ Nobody Envies. They just I'm telling you, they send the politicians there because those two are not bright enough, nor do they either care enough, or are they sophisticated enough to really ask the questions. I'm not saying they're supposed to bring these people on and yell at them and be like, you liar. Obviously, that's not going to be productive. You're not going to get anywhere. They'll probably leave the situation if you did that. However, there are certain questions you could ask, right? There are certain questions you can ask specifically about policy, right? Mm-hmm. But they don't do that. They just, they're there just to let the guest have the entire platform. It's cool when you do that for music and entertainment. You can't do that for politics.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So, let's see. So we hit on the major. We hit on all those topics. So it's time to get on to your favorite one. Your favorite topic that I know you've been. It's time to get to the subject that I know you've been dying to talk about. Hold on.
Who is it? Is it my girl Taylor?
Yep. It's time to shake it off.
Shake it off. Shake it off.
So I was gonna go. Let's say Charlamagne was brought on NBC, so can't talk to black people in the vote. Yeah, he's just. I just look at him as completely like compromised in every way. He's just such a waste of space.
I mean, again, sometimes people are broken clocks, right? Because Charlamagne did make the good point to say that he couldn't, in good conscience, tell people or his listeners that he could not endorse Biden and tell them to go vote for Joe Biden, which,
and then he turned right around and did the exact same thing and then told people go vote for Biden.
Well, and then in the second breath after that, then he says, Biden, Trump will lead to the destruction of democracy. And I hate when they do, they just want to use the D, pause. They just want to destruction, democracy. Man, shut the fuck up, man. It's not even a democracy. What are you talking about? What are we talking about? Yeah. It's not a democracy, bro.
Yeah, let's see. So
But your girl is
I'll
in the
go
Super Bowl, and they was making the fans
here.
of
You
people.
got it. You got it because yeah. Oh, and Gregory made a good point. He says, why is a Republican going on the Breakfast Club? They have a Vec Baba Booey on there too. So I mean, you like that? I got that. What is that? I think Amazing Lucas calls her that. Calls him that. So it's stuck. Then I heard somebody else call him.
No, that
They
was
called him
good.
Vivek Rabadama Ding Dong, but but and they've had Pierce Morgan on there lately. So I mean, when I start seeing these people go on there, like yeah, they all about the bag. They gonna have anybody on here push anybody's interests.
Who's gonna
They're
get the
not
ratings
serious.
up?
They just gotta get the ratings up. They're not serious.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, Lord Jamar said vote by Lord Jamar's a clown.
Streets, you're not doing that. Streets, I know you playing.
So let me show y'all this one real quick. Let's see, make it large. And we ain't gonna show the whole thing, but yeah, this is titled Soros Pfizer NATO PSYOP Republicans lose it over Taylor Swift, which
Yeah,
I'll give a
Ruby, don't believe
commentary.
it.
I'll give a commentary after, and I'm curious to hear. I'll let you go first, Chris, after I play this because I kind of want to hear your thoughts on this. And audience, I
Okay.
don't know if y'all have seen it or not, but I've heard that conservatives were kind of freaking a little bit, but when I started hearing, here, I'll just let y'all hear.
The most
Crystal.
important political issues.
Oh, we have to talk about Taylor Swift.
Indeed, we do. Yeah. So there's a lot going on. I really need you to explain this to me, Emily, because I can't say that I really understand. But okay, I'm sure you guys are aware Taylor Swift is dating this football player, and it's become this whole thing. And there was whole freak out over their relationship and the fact she'd be on camera at his games. And this has sparked some next level conspiracy theories.
Yeah.
And it's not really confined to like a one or two right-wing influencers.
No.
This is like really taken root and has sparked an entire genre of Taylor Swift, deep state, Joe Biden conspiracy theories. In some ways, it was kicked off by Vivek Ramaswamy. Let's put this up on the screen. So he says, I wonder who's going to win the Super Bowl next month because the Kansas City Chiefs are going to the Super Bowl, and that's the team that Taylor Swift's boyfriend, Travis Kelce, plays for. And I wonder if there's a major presidential endorsement coming from an artificially culturally propped up couple this fall. Just some wild speculation over here. Let's see how it ages over the next 8 months. Okay, so the theory here is that the Super Bowl will be rigged to benefit Taylor Swift, who already has been an A-list pop star for like a decade at this point, at least. At least a decade at this point. Okay, so, and somehow that's going to enable a Joe Biden endorsement, which is going to be a real game changer because, yeah, celebrity endorsements really seem to make a huge difference in politics. That's the theory that's being floated here by Vivek. But he was far from alone. As I mentioned, there's been a whole raft of additional commentary and theories about what's really going on here. We've got a smattering of this commentary for you to sample. Let's take a listen.
America's pop star celebrity sweetheart joins forces with the top dog in the NFL, playing for the team that's going to the Super Bowl. I mean, let's be real here. This is bread and
Damn,
circus.
she looked like she got frostbite and
Sports.
like she looks like a ghost all at the same time.
Get kids plugged into the cycle of going to public indoctrination camps, playing sports for their school, and going to games. Many end up devoting their entire childhood to competing in various sports, only to be cut from the team, at which point they become brainwashed into supporting professional teams because they know their dreams of becoming a pro athlete will probably never happen. So then they become obsessed with some grown man who gets paid millions of.
I just had to stop that first part. For one, yeah, I agree with you on that. She's fucking goofy looking. But on top of that, you really think people like young men and even some young girls, they go play football because they're brainwashed into doing it? I mean, are you fucking I mean, you didn't play any sports at all. So if football is the only sport that people are brainwashed into playing, so do people who play basketball? Does that mean because they're brainwashed? People who play baseball, people play. But how about people just fucking play sports because they like to play sports? It has nothing to do with being brainwashed, you fucking weirdo.
And Marcus, Thomas said it. And thank you, Thomas. Shout out to Thomas for that. What do I always say? Conservatives see conspiracies everywhere except for where they really are. And again, they're so caught up on this Taylor Swift shit. It's almost like, yo, don't be mad that she didn't want to have sex with you. Low key, I think a lot of these conservative men are really angry that they are the lowest on the totem pole of like desirable men. So they just get really worked up and anxious and angry over a lot of shit. So again, now you got to say all this stuff. They're just sexually repressed people. Like Ben Shapiro. If he's not paying for it, there's not a woman who's like, hey, maybe I should go out with this guy. He looks cool. No, none of them. That is why they act that way. And damn, did I lose Marcus? Damn, I wanted him to laugh or something.
Of dollars every year to throw a ball around while promoting poison death shots and child slave labor through various brand deals and endorsements. So sad. Imagine being so brainwashed by sports, you actually show up to your team stadium to shovel snow for free so you can watch a bunch of grown men who are overpaid tackle each other.
Sure seems like something that is like concocted in order to accelerate the fame of these two people, get them to the Super Bowl, the largest screens on earth, get maybe like a proposal after they get this is what I think is going to happen. There's going to be like some type of proposal.
Or maybe she just bought into all the lies about conservatives and Republicans, that they're racist and sexist and homophobic and xenophobic and transphobic and Islamophobic, that Republicans and conservatives want dirty air.
He's on the Donald Trump skin plan, huh?
Yeah, and I'm like, so you're saying that there's no Republicans or conservatives that fall into any of those groups? I'm like, come on. The second dude, I'm not even shaming what he's saying there. I think he might be on to a little bit of something, and I'll get my take after, but come on, Sean.
I was just listening, Marcus, I was just listening to the guy before Hannity came on, and then that's why I say, like, they listen to his voice. Your voice too light. Oh my God, do you know what Taylor's gonna do? They're gonna vote for Biden. Like, yo, dog, come on, put some bass in your voice, B. Something, please.
Yeah.
Total ban on all abortion with no exceptions. If she believes all that, she is believing a lie, because those talking points are simply untrue. Now, I'm just saying, maybe she wants to think twice before making a decision about 2024.
That was just, the tip of the iceberg.
There was a lot more of that. Yeah.
That dude, Benny Johnson, who we had a little clip of, he also put out this tweet that I have to read for you because it really does check every box. He says, by now, everyone knows Taylor Swift is a government psyop. And this is exactly why corporate media is having a meltdown about it. By the way, you all seem to be the ones having the meltdown, just to say. 4 years ago, the Pentagon Psychological Operations Unit pitched NATO about turning Taylor Swift into a social influence asset. In 2019, George Soros bought her entire music catalog. In 2020, she came out as a raging liberal Joe Biden supporter after previously being politically neutral. In 2023, her Eras tour raked in higher revenue than the GDP of 50 countries. In 2023, she helped register over 35,000 new voters with a single Instagram post. And now she's dating a Pfizer and Bud Light agent in the NFL.
Agent.
Yeah, agent. Apparently he does like ads for them or whatever, and that was part of the freak out. The most watched live sport in America. Even the NYT wrote a story on how Biden is courting her for an endorsement and how he wants to appear on stage with her. Emily, you don't have to be a conspiracy theorist to put it all together. You just have to be paying attention.
That's my favorite part. You just have to be paying attention. And yeah, I mean, I know Benny. Benny has a lot of support, and he's.
Yeah, I could stop it there. If y'all want to go check out the rest, you can.
So for real. And Wesley, you're funny too. Orange seems to be in.
Yo, I could see. Okay, and here's the thing. This is what I gotta say. My message to conservatives out there: sometimes people just do shit for money. I mean, and I'm talking about the NFL. The NFL knows that Taylor Swift is one of the most Googled, most famous people in the world. You know how much revenue that Taylor Swift has made the NFL just being at the games?
In like 7 weeks time.
Yeah, in
We're
like
not talking
7
about
weeks.
years, weeks.
This and what always blown my mind is like how conservatives tie everything back to like they really believe there's that much fucking power in elections and shit. Like people don't care that much about fucking elections. Most
Yeah.
people don't care that much about fucking elections.
You know, for a group that is constantly pointing out the oh damn, we lost them again. Anyway, I'll talk to you guys. Right. So for a group of people that is constantly complaining about celebrities and their influence and you know who they endorse and who they don't endorse, you know, the things they criticize versus the things they don't, they are firmly behind a like Q list celebrity in Donald Trump. Even that, they don't see the irony in that either. Oh, I'm going to cry about Hollywood. I'm going to cry about Taylor Swift. I'll cry about rappers. But hey, leave me alone as I support Donald Trump because, you know, he's a real one. As if Donald Trump ain't cool with Vince McMahon and all that other shit. And to everybody about well, I'll get into that later. But anyway, it's again, the irony is missed on them. You know, they spend a lot of time talking about Hollywood, actors, actresses, singers, and they are just as starstruck as the people that they're complaining about, if not more so, because, you know, at least for some people, if some of the actors, actresses, or singers and all this shit, you know, if they
Yeah, I'm sorry about dropping out. I'm trying to remember what was the last part you heard me say.
Oh, I started going off on the tangent. Sorry, bro.
Oh, all I was
I
gonna
was
say is
what you said. Funny
all I
how
was
Chris
gonna
is
say-
talking about conspiracies, but look at his background. Oh, you mean with all the computers and the homeboy behind me, you know, working to give me all the answers?
yeah. My thing is Taylor Swift came out in like 2016 as a liberal. Basically like establishment Democrat. Most of the Hollywood people are establishment Democrats. Majority of them. It's no secret. Taylor Swift's people are already gonna vote the way she votes. If they think that it's some way where Taylor Swift is gonna say, "Oh, vote for Biden," that's gonna make people in the NFL or people, no, that's not what's happening here. I mean, just like the whole mind, like I've heard people say, well, they want to bring all the illegals in here, so the illegals they can get them registered to vote, and they're gonna vote for the Democrats. Most immigrants who come in don't vote for the Democrats, especially not coming from Latin America. Many actually line up more with evangelicals than anything. So this whole rationale that it's going to be for votes for the Democrats, I honestly wonder, like, where does this fucking thinking come from? Like, is this like the dude who like complains that, oh, my ankle was hurting when he loses a basketball game? He's putting the excuse out there before he loses. That's kind of what it sounds like. You're not losing. It's not a whole bunch of illegals are coming here and voting or no shit like that. It ain't no fucking bullshit celebrity who gonna say vote for Biden and everybody's gonna jump to Biden. That's not how the shit works. And it cracks me up that people still push out these dumbass fucking reasons. Now, the only conspiracy really is this whole Taylor Swift thing is all put together to bring in more money to the NFL. It's that damn simple. In fact, think about it this way. Most of the owners of the NFL, Roger Goodell, do you think they're liberals? Come on, think about it. Do you
All
really
of
think
the
that these
owners
people are
are
liberals?
conservatives.
All are conservatives.
All
So
of
they're
them.
gonna hatch a plan to push votes for the Democrat. That doesn't even make any fucking sense.
Correct. That's why they're not that bright. They're not bright at all. They don't even see it. It's just a money play for the National Football League. And what happens afterwards, they don't care. As long as they get their cut, they're all right. So it doesn't matter.
Chris, it was the same thing with the Bud Light shit. You think that they're woke and they care about they don't care about no LGBTQ trans, all that shit. They're looking at what they've been focus tested that they believe can bring more dollars in. None of these companies give a shit about none of that. Human rights. They don't care about going green. They're doing whatever they can to line their pockets. That's period. That's it. It's no more thought needed for that. You got to remember what are these corporations' incentive? If they're a proper company according to capitalism, which most of these people are capitalists, the ultimate objective is to gain as much money for your shareholders as possible. Period. And some of this stuff that goes on, a lot of it is because they just don't give a shit about anybody.
They don't.
It's not about trying to fucking manipulate the fucking to get because here's the thing. If you want to talk about the so-called elites or people who are running things, it don't matter if they get Trump in or Biden in because you got because in all honesty, they control both of them. Both of them they control. You know, it blows my mind. People will believe, which I believe also, that there is a so-called cabal which run and controls this stuff and make these decisions. But somehow they don't have control over the presidents too. They don't have control. There's one party that's able to just go against them and stop all this shit. I mean, come on, y'all. It's like the elevator is going most of the way up, but it's not hitting the penthouse. It's not hard to figure this shit out. It's really not. Now, do you have some people whose money is completely backed up and funded through the government and they're complete puppets to do their bidding like an Elon Musk? Fuck yes. But it's not complicated to see the moves. It's really not. And some people are trying to play chess rules while they're playing checkers. It's keep it simple. Let's see what's some of the comments. Most immigrants from Latin America lean socially conservative and economically left. Exactly. I mean, I lean that way. And so when it comes to some of this LGBTQ, when it comes to abortion, when it comes to some of those different things, it's not going to they're not going to rock with the Democratic Party. That's a fact. See, boy, that was a mistake Bud made. I've lived in whiny white areas, but did not understand their customers. Well, what it is they saw a revenue stream that they thought was up and rising, and they thought they could mold something. And they thought that they wouldn't lose the base that they already had just doing one or two commercials. That was just a massive miscalculation by some idiot at the top of that company. But if you look at all the Bud Light commercials now, what are they? They try to beef up the macho man image, and like the latest one that's been going on and on has been Peyton Manning and Emmitt Smith giving a round of beer to the bar and tossing Bud Light, which I don't know why you would toss light beer to somebody and then be able to open it up and drink it without it going all over the place. But it's just about marketing. It's about making money. Hey, Missy, good to see you. Let's see, I don't even understand how people can drink beer. Elon is wolf in sheep's clothing. Elon is a complete propped up puppet. Just like a lot of these people, Bill Gates is also. Many of these richest men in the world, just like Epstein was, a lot of them are put in place because now these are the people who are there to fulfill a duty. These are the people doing something, but these elected officials, man, they ain't nobodies. They don't even write the legislation. They're just there to pass what their sponsors tell them to do. Because for those people who think we live in a democracy or a republic, we don't. We don't. Sorry to break it to you. America is already a fascist country because our corporations control it and have for a very, very long time.
You seen that clip with Rothschild talking about how back in the 1800s, the family's goal was to keep the love in the family.
In the family.
Well, that goes back. He said keep the love in the family.
Well, I mean, the Rothschilds, they literally did have like some of the members had like arranged marriages. Like, you're gonna marry cousin Susie. It's like, I don't want to marry her. Yes, you are, bitch. You want to get that inheritance. You're gonna marry her, and that's the reason why you have some Rothschilds who are just average ass people and who don't have tons of money because they didn't want to follow the money. They didn't want to follow the family rules. Yeah, and then you look back into a lot of these royal families. That's where the Habsburg jaw came from, because of massive inbreeding.
Exactly.
That's where what is it, that blood disease, hemophilia, that's where that comes from. That's why a lot of people have that. It's gotten passed around through inbreeding. I mean, a good chunk of people who have blue eyes, I hate to say it to you, but that comes from inbreeding. Sorry. And I know people are like, oh, his dreamy blue eyes. Yeah, more than likely he got that because somewhere back in the family tree,
there's a particular illness or ailment, if you will, that comes from that. And if you go back during 2020 when they were talking about COVID, the guy who used to be influential at Microsoft was talking about using the serum to deal with that particular ailment. And when you put two and two together, you could see exactly what they were talking about. But anyway, Marcus, what's going on in East Palestine?
East Palestine. Oh, I got a little bit of a clip. Actually, I don't want to freeze up again. Can you pull that clip up that I have? Okay. Even though I'm not. I hate the analysis that comes out of this channel. I do got to give them credit for their underground work. They still are doing good with it. Shit, I can't even remember I can't even remember their name right now. Status Quo. That was the one thing that I always did like about that channel.
Marcus, which video is it, Marcus?
It's the Status Quo. Which one? Let me go into it. Says critics see no, not that one. Damn, did I send it?
Put it in that,
the mini doc. It's the one that says mini doc.
Okay.
You see it up under the electronic intifada.
You put it in the one that we just started?
Yeah, it's in the new one.
Okay, so
right above the Neuralink.
Okay, so I gotta go back.
You see the Forbes Neuralink article right above.
Got it. Yep. Got it.
Yeah, show that one. Because, and I just want to show like the first maybe, was it like 4 minutes, 5 minutes, something like that, just so we can kind of have a recap of what was going on there. And then after we show that, then I want to share what was said. Because Biden is ready to be going out there. Yes, it looks gross. Exactly. John Kerry does have it. Yes, he does.
John Kerry has what?
The Habsburg jawline. It's a bunch of people in America that have it, And when you look back, you find out that they're related to Habsburgs. Queen Elizabeth II,
I mean,
she had it. She didn't have it, but she's related to the Habsburgs line.
Well, they wanted to make sure the money stayed in the family. That was the primary reason for all that inbreeding.
Man, all
Was
those royal
so that the money-
families and all those royal families were back and forth, like all basically related.
Okay, Streets. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
All right, Marcus, you want me to play this one?
Yes, sir.
February 3rd, 2023, a Norfolk Southern freight train carrying hazardous cancer-causing chemicals derailed in East Palestine, Ohio. The train cars were burning for 24 hours. 3 days later, Norfolk Southern decided to detonate the cars filled with chemicals, including 1.1 million pounds of vinyl chloride, in order to speed up the cleaning process and reopen the tracks so that trains carrying products could move again. Norfolk Southern called the detonation a controlled burn and evacuated residents only within a 1-mile radius. The burning of these chemicals released toxic fumes into the air, including substances like hydrogen chloride, phosgene, formaldehyde, and dioxin. The plume of smoke filled the air and carried the toxins an unknown distance, affecting other areas of Ohio, Pennsylvania, and potentially beyond. The health of East Palestine and nearby residents was severely compromised. Water,
They don't care about
wildlife,
them people
and
at all.
animals were also affected.
Are you saying, Mayor, are you saying wind moves, air moves, water moves? Because according to, the EPA Norfolk Southern, it doesn't. All right, you gonna disturb it with the light on it? Okay, hold on. Let me get information ready. Oh, shit.
That's worse than up there.
And that's supposed to be through the filters and the multiple stages. Oh, and look at.
If you keep in mind, this water has been filtered from up at East Palestine down to where we just were.
Multiple times.
And then this is another barrier, and then there's one down there.
Oh, and that you can smell it through your mask again.
Hmm.
Oh.
The gnarly pool.
No, this has definitely earned its name, the gnarly pool.
Gnarly. You want me just to let it keep going, Marcus, or?
Yeah, just a little bit more.
Okay.
Up until you see, I guess, that East Palestine sign, you can stop it there.
Okay.
Yeah, that's good there. So, it's been February 3rd today. It's been a year since that train derailment happened. All the stuff that went on. I had an interview. I talked to Octo Squid, who he went out there and talked to people on the ground. He did like a 3 or 4 part, which is very, very good work. And there's a bunch of people who have done work on this. So, it's good that we keep this in mind. But they are officially saying that it is safe for everybody to move back. It's safe for everybody to, just go on. Everything is all fine and good. And Joe Biden is making a campaign stop there pretty soon. So it's going to be interesting. So what are your thoughts, Chris? What are your thoughts on their so-called cleanup and how everything's supposed to be fine? I mean, there's still a lot of people who are going through all kinds of hell there.
I mean,
yeah,
it's,
Obama style, just like Flint.
It's the cleanup, just like in the Gulf. Remember when they had that whole thing? What was that? 2010, when they had the whole at the spill or the leak from what they had dug
from BP.
Yeah, and it was. They told everybody it was okay, but shout out to Greg Palast. He managed to get himself up in a helicopter and get to the areas that were restricted, from the media, and he took pictures of the area to cover the actual devastation. So this is just the same thing. I'm sure they didn't do that on purpose, but they were willing to deal with the consequences of it.
Yeah, I mean, they've just done a good enough job of sweeping it enough to ignore it.
Oh,
But it's going to be definitely long-term consequences that are still going to go on. And I mean, this kind of reminds me of like, I don't know how many of y'all remember that Julia Roberts movie when she did covering the life of Aaron Brockovich. And Aaron Brockovich was she was going into these areas where there were high rates of cancer, and it was because people were living under these power lines. And the effects took years and years, sometimes decades, for these people to start seeing the results of it. Just like what all the researchers have been coming out now about, like the fluoride, how that's been affecting people. This is going to be that same kind of situation where it's not going to be until a little bit later on that it's going to start manifesting itself. And then you're going to start seeing these people going to the hospital, and they're not going to have coverage, and they're not going to be covered for this. And
Marcus,
it's going to turn into a massive problem down the road. Huh?
When was your birthday?
Oh shoot! Now the cat's out of the bag. Yesterday.
Yeah, when was your birthday?
February 2nd.
Oh, so Marcus, my co-host, and Mark, my brother, share a birthday on the same day. And I'm gonna set a calendar alert. I know you don't want to hear happy
Thank
birthday.
you, Missy.
I understand that we ain't on that shit, but happy birthday, my nigga. You my man, you my guy. Happy birthday, all that shit. You fucking Aquarius ass motherfucker.
And the crazy part about it is, in all honesty, like Missy mentioned, said you mentioned it last week. I forgot. I was like, wait a minute, my birthday's this week. Oh shit! I don't like really celebrate birthdays, but I mean, it's cool to still get the acknowledgement of it. And I don't like to make a big fuss about myself, but I appreciate it, everybody. Thank you.
Yeah, we was giving my brother a hard time. My brother turned 41 yesterday. You know what I mean? And we was in the family group chat, like, yeah, dog, you catching up, yeah. And then my pops called me yesterday. My pops was a little tipsy yesterday, right?
Thank you, Thomas.
Right, my pops calls me and was like, "Yo, I call you a bitch ass brother," and told him he's only alive because I wanted him alive. No, because true story is that my mom wanted an abortion with my younger brother, and my father told my mom he would kill her if she had an abortion. And clearly my mother is still alive and breathing and doing very well. So clearly he didn't have to do anything to her. And my father got his 2 sons that he always wanted. And my mother has her boys that she loves, and she's super happy she didn't have any girls. So, that's just a quick little story.
It's kind of funny too, because it's a lot of people in my family whose birthdays in February.
So you 42? You 42 now?
No.
3?
Mm-hmm.
So we like the same difference.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. But I'm 42, kids. You older than me, dog. You the OG. I'm the young boy. Maybe that's why I say such stupid shit, because I'm the young one who's immature and inexperienced.
Yeah, I mean, maybe I have to tell you the parable of the 2 bulls on the ridge. I know you know what I'm talking about. And for those who don't know, or class share it with each other.
That's a funny shit.
Oh man. Oh, Janice doesn't know it. Somebody in the chat, or you know what? Should I say it?
Just go ahead, man. Just go ahead.
You know, there's these two bulls on a ridge, and for those who don't like vulgar stories, it's about to be vulgar. Two bulls up on a ridge, and the young bull's like, "Hey man, we should run down there and fuck one of them cows." And the older bull, says back to him, "Why run down and fuck one of them bulls? I mean, well, fuck one of them cows. When we can walk down and fuck them all."
Yo, Chris. Yo,
hey, ain't no broke back, nothing going on over here.
That's why I'm saying, yo, Chris, you know, what's up with that, Chris? Yo, you know, he's cracking jokes and you had to bring up Brokeback Mountain, Chris. Yo, it was really good. We're going to have to put you in timeout for a few minutes, Chris, for you to rethink, your life decisions. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, man. I was little. Yeah, I know he remembers that. He's like, yeah, that's a classic, you know. Why run down and fuck one when you can walk down, fuck them all?
Oh, facts.
You know, that old school players, you know, they used to put out them parables like that. Tell the young bulls, slow it down, slow it down.
Slow it down, young gangster.
Like I seen this one cat out. I was looking at him trying to talk to this woman, or as the old school would say, I see him trying to rap to one of them young fillies. And yo, tell homeboy didn't have a word. His word game wasn't strong. You know, you got to have a strong mouthpiece, as they used to say back in the old school.
Yo, that's funny. Oh, so is that why you went to
No, I didn't even have that plan. I was just like, Liz asked me, and I was like, I don't know what I was doing something.
Marcus,
she just asked, and I was like, fuck it, I'll go and I'll observe and just laugh. And then I realized like this week, like Wednesday, I was like, oh wait a minute, that's on my birthday. I don't really want to. Fuck it, I already agreed. And and people are already expecting me to go, so I said, fuck it, I'll go.
Yeah, no, Marcus was in BBW heaven yesterday. So
or hell.
or hell, either or. But I saw the pictures, man. That shit was crazy, though.
It's maybe ain't right for me to say. It's probably wrong. I'm not perfect, so y'all can crack y'all jokes on me. But I've never seen so many women built like baked potatoes in my life.
Oh, shit.
That's all I'm gonna say.
You said they look like baked. You said they look like baked potatoes and SpongeBob.
Yeah, foil wrapping and all. I'm looking at some of them like, man.
Look, somebody please.
Them shoes are strong. Them shoes are putting in their work tonight.
Yo, he said the shoes are strong.
I told you I'm not right there. Yeah, hey, God forgive me. I'm sorry. I don't mean to be. I don't mean it though.
Yo, look, Ruby is asking the room, what is BBW? Someone in the crowd, please explain to Miss Ruby what BBW is. Oh shit,
man.
Oh, if you guys see the Instagram page, then you would laugh. I promise you.
I'm talking about women wear Lizzo. I'm mad at Lizzo for what she's put out into this earth.
Ooh.
You got women walking around halter top with the tied up shirt, gut, fupa, everything is just out.
Oh, damn.
Like you know when the belly's so big you can't see the belly button. Like it didn't went all the way over.
For any of the Spanish girls, Spanish women, or Spanish people in the crowd, these are things that the faja can't even help.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. It was It was just
Look, Greg,
and I saw and it was a lot of thirsty ass ninjas up in there last night. And I'm like,
oh, I know. You know why? Because they have a pen. See, if I say it, then it'd be wrong. Never mind. I'm just good. Nah, let's move on, kid, before I get myself in more trouble. So.
And it wasn't really my vibe. Like the music, even it was like I was wondering if the DJ came from the South. Like it sounded like something you hear in Atlanta. Like it was like Atlanta playlist.
Got you. Yeah, that's when you go out to a lot of hip hop places now, or places that feature a lot of hip hop music, especially here. Like most of the sound is Atlanta for the hip hop. That's why I go to a lot of like West Indian spots. You know what I mean?
That's where I prefer either West Indian or I'm going to like some kind of like let's see what probably like Cubano spot, or I'm gonna go mess with the Jamaicans, or I might even hang out at an Afro spot, because they got some spots out here that'll just have African night, and so they'll have the Nigerians in there bumping Afro beats, and or or Caribbean night, and you got the Jamaicans and St. Thomas, and all of them, they rocking their stuff, or else I'm gonna be in a spot where I can hear some salsa merengue, something like that. Now, I don't want to hear none of that, that stuff that sounds like a marching band. I don't want to hear none of that now. Yeah, that ain't Lizzo's fault for that.
Marcus, you read that comment?
Yo. And on top of it, it's not even that I can really blame them for, like, I'm not even trying to like fat shame or on the bodies. I'm more disgusted with the choice in clothing. My ex-wife was big, and she got bigger by the time we got married, but she knew how to dress and like kind of like put things together. I mean, certain stuff don't work with your body style, and let's compliment, not go the other direction. Like when you see somebody who built like one of the talking M&Ms, you probably shouldn't wear like a low cut skirt, because then it makes your legs look even skinnier and your upper body real big, like talking M&M. But it was so many problems. It was so many problems with what I was seeing, man. That's what I'll say. Yeah.
Yo,
I'm sorry. Enough people have caught shots tonight. Let me stop.
You just pulled out the 50 cal, dog, and you hit them from about 500 yards away.
Yo, gotta pull that Mark 24 out every now and then.
Yeah. Chris H. There are some Jamaicans.
Yes.
Chris, there are some Jamaicans out there. It's just not a large community of them, but there's some out there. I actually found a Jamaican spot up in San Francisco a couple years ago. I was surprised, but I found it.
I work with a lady who's Chinese Jamaican. She's half Chinese and half Jamaican. I mean,
And I
well,
was gonna
she's
say,
Chinese, but was her Chinese family it settled in Jamaica, and her other side is Black Jamaican.
you know, at the spot in San Francisco, the woman behind the counter that I went to was a straight up Chinese woman. You know what I mean? But she has the straight up accent, everything, even like far deeper
Yeah,
than mine goes.
yeah.
So you could tell she was actually like raised in Jamaica, even if she
Mm-hmm.
wasn't born there. Ruby, where you live at? Where you say no, you need more reggae clubs. Ruby, I'll show you some.
Mm. Yeah, there's a heavy Chinese population. I mean, in fact, when I was in Florida, my ex, her daughter married a Chinese Jamaican.
Yo, it's so
And so
crazy when you
and he
expect
got he got like a partial Chinese accent and partial Jamaican. It's kind of wild the first time I heard it.
if you're in Brooksville, why don't you go to Tampa?
Yeah, because
Go to Tampa.
I guarantee you down in Ybor there's a spot.
Correct. It's Prana in Ybor. Prana in Ybor, the top floor, it's outside rooftop. They play reggae music, but like the spots where I go, they usually have live bands, and you know it's super lit. That's primarily when I go out. Usually it's to spots like that because we get to be outside. The band playing music, and when the band is done, they put the DJ on, and the DJ goes nuts, and then the band comes back on. So I like that. I like that whole shit.
Oh, I'll be right back.
hmm Who said tampon, Florida? That's funny. Okay, Wesley. You play for a ska group. Okay, that's what's up. Good shit. Yeah, man. You know, the vibes in those places are just a lot more conducive to having a good time. The energy that it comes from the instruments and the singing just puts you in a better, less confrontational mood than some of the other music, than like some hip hop songs, right? Some of them just really put you in an aggressive tone to the point to where you would actually like, you know, don't mind doing something crazy. What did Ruby say? I used to go to Prana top floor when I lived in Tampa. I know all the spots in Tampa. Yeah, correct. When I lived in Tampa as well, I was always on Prana. I was always in Prana. The rest of the spots in Ybor was like, you know. Chris H says dance hall is real wild. I mean, some dance hall is wild, but you know, for me, that's one of my favorite genres. You know, I'm an '80s baby. You know what I mean? And that's my shit. Yo, Ramon Correa says tons. Paul say, yo, that's funny. No, I'm telling you guys. Look, for those of you who have Instagram, I'm gonna show you what Marcus showed me. What was it? I'm gonna type it in this shit so you guys can see it. Because if I saw it, the rest of y'all gonna see it, right? Let me see if I still have it in my search. Yes.
I was
There we go.
I was gonna tell y'all for y'all who don't know and wouldn't expect it. Though I'm kind of that's the you telling about the spot? Yeah, it's on there. Yeah. And it's kind of funny because when I'm out, if I'm sober in a club, I'm more like Ronnie from Raising Canaan.
Okay.
If I'm sober, that's how I am. But let me get a few drinks and I turn into Harry Belafonte, you know.
Oh shit. Look, Chris H with the In Living Color reference. He said, remember he says Shaba ranks Mr. Ugly Man. If you know that wasn't the name of the song, right?
Yeah.
But In Living Color did the skit, Mr. Ugly Man, Shaba.
Shaba. Oh boy.
Those streets is stupid. And I know Jonina already went to the gram and looked already. So stop fronting with the cloud places. I know you saw it, Jonina.
Yo, I had people like for real acting scared around me last night. Like that's why I say like I kind of had the Ronnie vibe going. Like I had a dude bump into me. Hey man, hey, we cool? We cool? I'm like, yeah, we cool. Like, and then the weird part about it is I'm not no mean guy or nothing like that. I just give off and I had more than enough people tell me I give a menacing, intimidating look.
Yeah, I mean,
yeah.
What I get is it's all over the place. So it's neither here nor there. I just get a lot of shit.
And also depending, sometimes I
Put
might
your
be kind
with your Jamaican ass. There you go, Greg. I get that one, Greg.
Yeah, I mean, you remember the old school? Like what was it? Goody Mob. When they're talking about people don't dance no more, all they do is this. All they do is this.
All they do is this. All they do is this. All they do is this.
That was like, yo, I gotta be like a little toe down to get out there. But if I get out there, it's about to be a problem. It's about to be a problem. Also, you gotta remember going to like a lot of hood clubs, you had to be watching your back.
Yeah.
If you want to have a good time, but you really got, because a fight can break out at any moment. And if it was a real hood spot, and they had like a side door open and you got through the metal detectors, because yes, I was going to plenty of clubs where you had to go through a metal detector. And I used to always I would always keep my knife in my boot.
Street said we did it wrong, that we were supposed to have like a video. All they do is this. All they do is
Yeah, I used to keep the knife in my boot for them clubs, because most of the guards, they only wind you down to the ankle.
No, now they're very invasive. You can feel them like hit your balls sack, right? And pause. Like
what I'm saying is they never go down past the ankles.
Yeah, no, out here in certain spots, it's funny.
Oh shoot, I need to get my charger. Hold on, I'll be right back.
Yeah. The hip hop spots I go to out here, they be like, trying to do a full body cavity search. Any place else, they just let you walk in. No, but that's that shit is annoying. I'm just waiting for Marcus to get back. For everybody in the crowd, this was something else I wanted to bring out. And I guess I should have mentioned it during the Taylor Swift thing. I don't know how many actual sports fans we have in the building, but the content I take in is usually from like people in the hip hop space and sports spaces and things of that nature. I do have to comment the rise of the gambling companies, whether it's Prize Picks, whether it's Underdog, whether it is the Hard Rock app, what's the other one? I think there's FanDuel, DraftKings. They're becoming very prevalent. And the thing that really irks me a little bit, is that this particular of the programs and things that I'm watching, the demographic is probably like me, my age, my race, etc. And a lot of these guys are falling victim and falling into this gambling shit, thinking that they're all gonna hit it big and be able to relax the next several weeks because they hit it big. There's a lot of you who are wasting your money on this stuff. There are a lot of you who are not handling your business financially because you're hoping that you'll come up via gambling. Just be very careful. I just want to say gambling is just as bad as alcohol abuse and drug abuse. Why do I say that? Because the outcome is all the same. And so be very careful and make sure you're talking to people who you know who like to spend a few bucks, gambling. Just make sure you put that bug in their ear, like, hey, be careful what you're doing. You don't want to overdo it. You don't always have to, make this particular bet or anything like that. So just look out for your people, because I'm noticing it on every single Black content creator program. It's all gambling. That's their only ads. And and the thing that's weird about it, like when it comes to Black folk, the only thing they're allowed to do is like degenerate shit in terms of what they're allowed to market. Now it's gambling. Yesterday it was liquor. Those are only two fucking things. Either come get this bottle, and now it is, hey, goes holla at Underdog. They'll give you $100 for every $100 you put down, up to $2. It's that kind of shit. Prize Picks, DraftKings with their different deals, and they're combining everything. It's just the content. If you watch Gilbert Arenas, if you watch Mason Cam, if you watch Joe Budden, if you watch who else? There's a couple of other shows too. The gambling companies are, in some cases, the main and the only advertisers on those channels. So I just want people to be very mindful, because all of these channels these channels do a lot of numbers. They do millions or hundreds of thousands of viewers. Be careful. That's all I'm saying. If you know somebody who's gambling, please try to talk to them. That's a very dirty addiction.
Off topic, I had to mention this comment. Ramon Correa. The band music from Mexico comes from the Germans try to take over Mexico. FYI, they also learned how to make beer from them as well. I hate that fucking music. It's so fucking annoying. That's all I had to say. I hate that music. And it's so many people. I don't get why they love it.
Streets, I don't gamble either. You know what I'm saying? Because I hate to lose money. So I like to talk shit. I don't like to gamble.
The aliens will do this, and everyone will panic, and they will usher a one world government. That's what we are seeing.
You remember that?
You got my cousins?
I'm playing one more time for you.
We're seeing the Argentinian guy is a web guy, the Italian Maloney, who was the hero. Yes.
What they, when the aliens come,
that was our guy.
Do that
again? Oh, I'll send it to you later, but I found that. I just wanted to show you I found that.
Oh, shit. That was the dude. For the people who don't know what we're talking about, we had some of the viewers participate in the show. We let them come on. That was the guy who came on. I don't remember his name. And he started talking about Bilal. Yes. He started talking about aliens. And my man said, "Oh, when the aliens come, it's just gonna be we didn't know what the hell he was talking about." But that's what he did. And I didn't know what he was talking about.
Oh man, you want me to play it again? Yeah, let's see.
Man, look, the Nile River is coming through my forehead, though. All the veins is like
Israel-Palestine situation. I think also at the same time, I don't know if you guys agree with me or not, is being done for a one world government. My reasons are, for example, all of this is happening, and they will do a fake alien invasion.
I do believe.
Oh, look, the aliens have come. Oh, they are here. Oh, yeah. The aliens will do this, and everyone will panic, and they will usher a one world government. That's what we are seeing right now. We are seeing the Argentinian guy is a web guy, the Italian Maloney, who was the hero. Yes.
Allah, what they when the aliens come, what they gonna do? Do that again?
Oh, woo! I was waiting to bring that out. I don't know. I should make a short of it, right? Should I make a short?
You should.
Oh boy, I'm sorry. I threw the whole show off. I'm sorry.
No, that shit was funny. No, that was good.
Yes, Ruby. She said that was a blast from the past. Yes, I will make a short of it. I will. That way, everybody can have that forever. Oh boy. We got. You know what? When things settle down, we're gonna do another one. Peace does. I want to know what he's smoking. Yes. Oh, he spelled it right too. That's what it was. But
Sing like loud. Mm-hmm. That Joel Ortiz song like that goes hard too. Here goes. I don't know if you know about that, but that goes hard. But anyway, Marcus, what else we got?
That's gonna be like a hidden joke for the show. Everybody gonna know about that. Oh, yo, bring up the Senate clips.
Oh, I want to see if people
yo, because I got like some commentary that I would like to push back on if I was up there. If I was, bring me in front of Congress and see what the hell I say. I wonder if he was. I wonder if he is listening. That'd be cool if he was listening. He hop in the chat. It is me, Bilal.
I'm the alien version.
You know what it remind me of now that you mention it? Remember Bowfinger?
Mm-hmm.
Remember the Ephraim, the guy who he was writing the script, and like the arm fell off? He's like, oh. Yo, what if he was really the actor who played that dude from the movie?
I know.
That would be wild.
Marcus, look, Street said he almost had a cardiac when he did that shit. Yo, Streets, I was legitimately laughing my ass off. Not even faking it, forcing it, nothing. It was legitimately hilarious. DJ Premier, Joel Ortiz. Yes, here goes. I know my shit too.
That's what we're talking about, Chris H. He said, no, this is a good show. All the other news shows got me mad and stuff. At least we can laugh here. Yeah, we're gonna give you the news and we're gonna give you some real talk. But we're gonna give you some laughs too.
Yo, did Hamza pop up tonight?
Nah.
I didn't see Hamza. I'm gonna send him a message.
I don't know. Hamza probably on an undercover mission, you know. He probably taking out a Qatari leader.
Streets, that's also what made me laugh, because I'm just like, yo, like it sounds like somebody's doing a certain act, right? And they having a hard time with it. So the fact that he did it the second time, I was dead.
Yeah. Y'all messed me. I was trying to be all professional. Y'all dead at that. What did you say? Do you remember?
He said, "Do you remember Bowfinger?"
Yeah, nobody remember Bowfinger. That's our shit right there. Remember the part? He was like, "I just want to go run errands, and I don't want to do this anymore." Almost died. Oh, I just want to get some coffee. I'm gonna get creamers and pencils. I'll keep them sharp. I'll get them real sharp.
So, Chris H, let me ask you. You can just put your answer in the chat. You said redacted and Jimmy Dore got you upset, and you used to rep for Jimmy, but you now you almost can't watch his show now. What is it about the program on that side that irked you or bothers you? I'm just curious to know.
Yeah, I'm curious too. I would occasionally watch Jimmy Dore clips, but never really watched a whole live. But it's just I don't know. I mean, I kind of like fell out of watching some of the stuff occasionally, and then I know Redacted. I know what I'm gonna get with Redacted. Redacted is gonna bring some good stories, but it's like they haven't got all the way out of that partisan Republican, or the Republicans are good and Democrats are bad kind of thing. Even though they kind of talk like they're past it, but they're not really past it. Because they're not able to see the fault in both of the parties, and they're equally both corrupt, but they keep trying to pretend like one is worse than the other. They're both just as bad. It's just like, yo, if you committing suicide, what, you want to take a bullet to the head or you want to jump off of a building? Either way, you're both going to die.
Correct. All right, so Marcus, I'm gonna bring up this topic.
Ramon. Yeah, bring it up. I'm with you, Ramon.
Sorry, we was laughing. Now we back to serious shit. We just want to show you guys how our government works and what they deem to be important. Oh, okay, I'll have to read it because I can't get it any get it any larger than what it is. Let me try this. Okay, I think all right, I got it. There we go. Hold on, give me a second. I got it. We're coming right back. We're coming right back. All right, there we go. Marcus, I pulled it up.
Oh, should I? Let me see if I can make my screen bigger. I can't see that.
Do you need me to blow this up some more? Pause.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
Is that better?
Come on, you got plus 40 eyes here. I can't see that.
Is that? Can you see it now?
Let me try to see if I can get a little closer. Let's see. I hope everyone is enjoying a productive weekend. Back in your districts. I am willing to let you know. The afternoon, our colleague Ken, was it Calvert? Will release legislative text related to support for our ally. Oh, you're going into that? I was not going to go into that yet.
Oh, okay. So I'll turn that off. Damn, where did Marcus go? Damn, we lost him again. God damn. You know, the internet is a motherfucker. We all need it, but you know, sometimes the way that this shit works is it's annoying as hell. So I won't go into that. I'll just look at some of the comments. Chris H. Redacted Jimmy Dore do this is on that anti-woke, anti-DEI, white supremacy, and real critical race. Yeah, isn't that ironic, Chris? That critical race theory, boo. You know, DEI, boo. Oh, you're woke. Boo. Right? They don't. All of that is fake, but yet there's anti-white shit afoot. You know. I'm telling you, that generation, the generation of the strong conservative who was a man who was like, oh, I'm going to just take care of my family and did it. Their sons all turned out to be pussies. Their sons turned out to be the biggest snowflakes that there are. And I don't even use that word at all. I use it because I know that is the word that they tend to use, very frequently. But that is them. They are the actual snowflakes. There we go. We got my guy back.
All right. Yeah. Sorry about that. I don't know what.
But you know, I've always felt that, at least on Twitter, a lot of these white commenters, get a lot of press and a lot of followers because they're white. The majority of the country is still white.
Yo, I
it
didn't.
is
I
what
didn't.
it
I,
is.
I I just caught up to the comment. Let me read this one out loud.
Oh, me
I
and
don't know.
Chris,
Or did you?
I
Did you
just
already?
did.
Okay,
I was just talking
I'm
about
like that is the common thread that I've seen.
This is exactly what
I'm
I'm
starting
talking
to
about,
see
man.
this more and more, whether it is the kind of libertarian to, and that's what it is. Some of these people who said that they were kind of the left, like the Jimmy Dore and the Duke Dissident, seems like they starting to creep more to that libertarian, anti-woke, whatever kind of lingo.
Marcus,
And I mean,
can I tell you that's why I've never watched an episode of Jimmy Dore like that. Never watched a full episode. The only reason why I know about him is because over the last 3 years, a lot of the people in the Twitter circles that I have followed were always constantly mentioning him, retweeting his stuff and quoting his stuff, quote tweeting his stuff. So I did end up I was able to listen to a lot of his content, and while not all of it is bad or wrong or something I disagree with, at the end of the day, though, it's not for me. His audience, his constituents are not for me. They don't have my interest. So that's why you would sit there and make fun of like DEI. Not that I'm a proponent for DEI, because I'm not, right? However, but the way that they talk about it, the way that they discuss it as if there's not issues to have to deal with there, that's the problem I have. Again, it's not with DEI itself. Don't make me out to be some kind of advocate for DEI, because I'm not. In fact, I generally disagree with it, to be quite honest. But the principle of here's the thing. I hear DEI, I hear affirmative action, I hear, oh, you have a problem with black folks. That's what I hear. What did what that pussy ass motherfucker Charlie bitch say the other day, that when he sees
Charlie Kirk.
Yeah, what little bitch boy say that
What he said is like when he sees a black pilot, that now he has to question if they're qualified.
Correct. You didn't have that thought when you saw any of the mediocre white guys who were sitting in that seat. You didn't think anything. Let me tell you, white boys, something. Not all of you, some of you. A lot of y'all are less than mediocre in everything you do. You know what? Your uncle and your dad had a position, they put you on, and they hooked you up. All of you guys, like, enough is enough. We got to keep it a buck. A lot of you are very underwhelming. You have no swag. You have no sauce. You ain't got no motion. You ain't got nothing. Not even Sasson got the MSG in it that may give you fucking migraines, so we'll leave the Sasson to the side. But I'm just saying, people like Ben Shapiro, dog, you're undercooked chicken, B. Him and his old ilk, not just them type of people, but Jimmy Dore, Bill Maher, all of these people, they're uncooked food. The temperature didn't even rise to the level to which it's even edible. And to
Matt
the point
Walsh.
that Matt Walsh, all of them, even if you get them to the point, the temperature to the point to where it's edible, y'all have no seasoning, not even salt, not even a little bit of pepper. Y'all have nothing. They ain't got nothing. But look at them. They have big followers. They get a lot of bags. It just tells you that it is because of the composition of the country why these people are successful. But dog, you listen to them. How you get a woman sounding like this? Oh my God, it's not fair. Dog, you sound like a bitch. You sound like a wind-up toy, like the miniature version. You understand?
Yeah,
So I just watch all these guys. They fall upwards. They have the connections. They say the things that the people with money want them to say. So they pay them. So not only do you not have any sauce, but you guys are actually bitches. And when I mean bitches, I mean like dogs. They put the collar around your neck, and then they walk you and they make you do things. They tell you where to shit, where to pee, when to do it. So all of you guys are not men. As much as they want to, as much as they want to talk about like alpha males and I'm alpha. We need alpha. Ain't none of them alphas. As a matter of fact, if you're an alpha male, don't even use the term alpha male. if you're a real alpha. You don't even think about that. Why? Because you don't have time to be thinking about branding yourself as an alpha male. You just do the shit that you need to do. If you got kids, you take care of your kids. You got a wife, you take care of your wife. You got a family, you take care of your family. You don't fucking run around here and say, oh, I'm an alpha male because, you know, I go fishing and I catch fish and I post pictures on websites with holding the fish like this, looking like I've done something. Yo, you niggas.
Not even the fishermen, it's the hunter ones that like, let me go hide up in a tree and shoot a deer from 100 yards away.
Yeah, man. There's a lot of them. Same, what's his name? Jackson Hinkle. Who else? Who else is out there? All of them, dog. All of them.
Kyle Kalinske, Mike Figueroa.
Kyle Kalinske, all of these dudes. They all soft. Did you see that video with the I don't know where that was. What was that in? If it was in New York, California, I don't know, but the video that went viral with the Muslim girls who couldn't get into the political event because they had
that was at Kamala's event.
That was at Kamala's event. Did you see they had the softest motherfucker being the one to tell them they couldn't come? Did you see how soft that dude was? He looked like a wet noodle. And I was just saying, like, girls, why y'all just don't slap this dude and keep it pushing? Why are you standing there listening to this guy like, sorry, you can't come in, you know, this event is not for everybody. That's who you listen to? That's who you let stop you from going somewhere? Dog, all these dudes, yo, son, they're softer than baby shit in a wet diaper.
Honestly, all I be thinking about is like, you know how they've been having like certain content creators have like these fights for you know, like these exhibition fights for charity or whatever, and it's like so many people I wouldn't mind getting in the ring with.
Correct.
And then let's see if you really like the number one on my list would have to be either Shapiro or what's the other one that I'm thinking of? Matt Walsh. Those are two people I love to punch in the face.
What did Matt? I saw something from Matt Walsh. He said, you know, and the thing is, lately,
yo, you don't remember when I did that video where he was talking about slavery and basically like slavery was basically good for black people?
Yes, and he just said something slick about black folks again very recently, and I'm just saying, I know everybody's worried about a charge and shit like that, but we really do need to go back to slapping people in their face for talking out of pocket and getting reckless.
Sometimes I miss them days.
It's
here's another thing. It's them days and it's those communities, because like where we grew up, you couldn't be reckless with your mouth because somebody would test your chin. But they grew up in these circles where you can talk reckless.
Yeah.
And not have to face no consequences.
Because you're in your bedroom in mommy's house and you're able to talk trash from your
suburban America. Suburban America, they can get away with that shit. You step into the hood and try that shit, see what happens. Actually, not even only in the hood. I bet you step out into some of them parks and see what happens.
Yeah.
Step out into some of them trailer parks and see. But when you sit in these suburban ass,
that's why, you know what? That's why none of them have any kids. That's why they won't have any kids. That's why no kids mess with them. They're not around any children. So you know what the good thing is? That they're not even infecting the younger generation, because the younger generation won't even listen to them and take them fucking seriously enough. You understand what I'm saying? But I'm glad for that. So let their bloodline die with them. That's it. You know what I'm saying? It's just, these are a bunch of dudes who spent a lot of their time with socks on their hands, jerking themselves off their whole teenage years. That's what they spend time doing, and watching porn. Shit like that. I'm telling you, these are the type of dudes I see. Kyle Kalinske, all these dudes, all of them. That's how they strike me. As some corny hornball motherfuckers who was sitting in the basement, an attic, or a room looking at porn, and now all of a sudden they got a little following and they think there's something. No, they're really not anybody. They're not anybody, let me tell you. Because
socks on their hands. Like,
know, it
oh,
just sounded good.
we can't
Sounded
we
good.
can't forget like we can't forget Robbie from the Hill either. That dude, you can tell that dude looked like somebody's never been in a fight a day in his life.
Do they look like their hands?
Never.
Their hands probably feel like clouds. And that's low key why they're upset at everything, because they're looking at everybody and they're like, I've got all this money and I've got a little bit of name, but I can't find any women who are really like me for me. No, you're not going to find any who like you for you because you're a cornball and they can see through it. That's what it is. But I'm glad for that, though. I'm glad for that fact.
Yeah, you got some of these dudes hands softer than secretaries.
I mean, you know, I go on a rant every now and again, but I'm just saying I've been real quiet about a lot of these people. I typically don't even call their names out and shit like that, but it's I'm just watching them. They're corny. They are corny as fuck. None of them talk to black people or minorities at all unless the algorithm tells them that it's a good time to have this discussion. When the algorithm isn't telling them that they need to bring this up, they don't care. They don't talk. They don't care. They don't talk. They don't come through. No nothing. Look at matter of fact, let's look at RBN, for instance. Shout out to RBN, right? Every time RBN has an issue with RBN is real about something, these people turn around. See, and that's why I think with RBN, I think, you know, and fellas, if y'all listening or anybody says something to them, I think the only mild criticism I would have for them is that they try to appeal to white people on some communism and some socialism shit, and it's come back to bite them every single time. Stop trying to appeal to them people. Just do you, dog. Do whatever you gotta do for your community, your group, your people. Stop trying to appeal to that larger group, because you notice every time shit hits the fan, it only be y'all standing around looking at each other like, damn, where's the audience? Where's the fans? Where's the supporters? They only like you when the algorithm tells them to like you.
No, and one thing I'll definitely say is I do want to give him kudos for being able to cut through, because I don't see no other people who look like us that they grow and talking about the stuff that we talk about. I mean, so man, I'll give them that in the fact that hey, they not afraid to cuss a motherfucker out every now and then. So I give them that,
what?
you know.
And you know what, just in case, so you know, nobody can say anything. You know, else is a cornball too, and it's gonna probably piss people off. Brianna Greyjoy, she's a cornball too. She's like Democratic light, Democratic affiliated. She can't step away from that. She'll be a little bit critical and this and that, but again, she be in the same spaces, still trying to talk about a party and fix. Man, look, yo, I can't.
You gotta remember. You got to remember some of those people who look like us, when they start getting up in power, they start buying into the bullshit of the system, and oh, we can change this and do that. And I mean, correct. I watch Chris Hedges walk her down and show her how bullshit the parties are, that there's nothing you can do with this, how corrupted this shit is, and her basically like, but there's still something that we can be able to do. And it's like, yo, are you not fucking listening? Are you that simple and slow that you don't understand the level of corruption? Now, that's probably the only area where I would say where I diverge from RBN. They're still trying to cut their way to make a path, and I've just given up on the system. You know, and I ain't gonna begrudge them. I'm not gonna begrudge them for trying to be optimistic and trying to find a way. I just don't. No, I'm done. I'm just done. That's all. I mean, I've given too much to the system and trying to figure this and protest that and fight this, and I'm done. I'll comment. I'll see what I'm seeing, but I'll leave it to those who still got the energy and believe that they can change something, because I believe it's just too far corrupted to do anything with it. And They could prove me and all of us wrong, and I'm perfectly fine with being proven wrong. I ain't got no problem with that. But as far as me, I just think it's too far gone. That's all.
Yeah, you know, the dealing with the electoral politics, it's a dead end, dog. Don't you see it? And again, I like to reference 2000 because that's when that was my first election, when I was able to actually go in the booth by myself, not not me and my brother following my dad in the
Yep,
booth,
me
and him
too.
letting us pull the lever, and we was all excited and all that other shit. So when I first came up, it's 2000, I get to vote. We went and voted and we saw the bullshit happen. From that point on, the show already made you a radical towards the electoral situation. Sure, if not a radical, it should have made you at least question the situation. You know what I'm saying? But people just keep going, and you know what I'm saying? And the streets,
Like,
that's why I say, that's why I always focus on, you got to take care of you and your own, right? Because if you don't, we're looking at the situation in Palestine right now. You got to take care of your own, because while the whole world is like, damn, I hate this, it makes me feel sad, I'm trying to tweet awareness, I'm bringing it up, I'm talking to people about it. At the end of the day, nothing that any of us have done, myself, Marcus included, nothing we have done has resulted in them getting their enemy to stop bombing them. That's why I always say you got to take care of yourself, because if not, people will give you nice words, but they're not going to put themselves on the line for you. So take care of you and your own in your little circle and get by as best you can.
yeah, I was gonna say, like, I remember when how Nick was after the Bernie situation. That was my feeling after, like, seeing what became of the Obama years. And when it came to Bernie, by the time Bernie, it was like, I'll rock with this dude if he can get in there and even get like 10% of what he's trying to do, cool. But I don't really got too much faith that he's gonna be able to do any of that, even if he do get in there. That was my thinking, even while I was supporting Bernie. And Chris remembers that. And then when I saw how he capitulated, I was like, oh, it ain't no hope for this system. They got hooks into him. He ain't just the way he folded, either he a part of it, or they got some kind of dirt on this dude. And I realized, if he's the last hope and he shut down like that, it ain't no hope in that system.
And you know, it's not to be all negative either. Taking care of your own, enjoying your life, there's nothing wrong with that either. You know what I mean? It's nice to be aware of things. It is nice to advocate for people. It is nice to take part in movements and all this other shit. But you still have to get by.
I'll give her this. I'll give her that. No. Chris A says, I like the way Brianna gets under the skin of colonial apologist Robbie. Yeah, I like that dude. Man, I don't like that dude.
If they got
I really don't like that dude.
If they got a clip of Bernie cheating on his wife, then you know he paid probably like a prostitute probably like $10,000 for an hour.
But I don't even think that's what it is. I don't even think that they got some dirt on him. That's what I was thinking at first. No, he's just a part of it. He was meant to be a sheep herder, period. And all the people who get out there where people just start trying to rally behind them, these are sheep herders also. They are all meant. It's like the allegory of the cave they'll talk about. All they doing is guiding you to different parts of the cave. But they have no intentions of guiding you to the light to get you out of the cave. That's just where I've come to. Now, people can say, you know what, you just have more of a nihilistic kind of point of view. Okay, whatever. People can say, you know, I don't agree with you, and that's fine. But I'm just giving y'all the way I feel about, I guess, the way we feel about. That's the reason why we always focus on, just take care of you and yours. And if you can do something good in your community, that's the reason why always, kudos to Rome for all the work that he be doing. If I had deep pockets, I would send a whole lot of it his way to help out to get more, especially towards the library and stuff he's doing. And maybe one day, who knows, I might be able to help more projects like that because that's right in my wheelhouse. But as far as anything with even third parties or independents, because I know how this system really truly works, volunteering for enough campaigns, and I understand how the structure is built up. So I know how monumental of a task it is to even get any kind of movement as an independent. Like, you literally got to go through in some states in like 30 different counties and put in paperwork. You know how much money that costs, how much time, how much help that you need to get all that stuff in. I'm talking about, of course, like presidential politics. And then to get in the state house, you know how much corruption that you got to fight through, and how many people who are bought and paid for with dark pack money that goes against any kind of, like, even local people. Like, when they dropped $1 million in a city council seat, that should have been a hint that it's corrupted all the way down. And living in California, it's clear there's not a single elected position you can get into that they don't already got the hooks into you.
Mm-hmm. Exactly, Ruby.
I already know if I ran for anything, just I tell y'all to, make sure to keep fresh flowers on my grave, because they not letting me get into nothing.
Marcus, you wouldn't run for like executioner?
Well, depending on who I get to execute.
Anybody you want.
Hey, if it's ever a situation where, our boys across the water in France got to do when they bringing out guillotines, I'm with that. Let's walk some CEOs down here. I'm with that. Let's walk some crooked politicians down here. I'm with that.
Correct.
Like, I know some people, they're non-violent and they're anti-war and all. And I tell people, I'm technically not anti-war. If somebody do something to you, it does require a response. Being completely, totally anti-war is almost saying you're just a pacifist. And it's just like on the street. Somebody punched me in the face. The only pacifist I'm gonna be is, a pacifist to your fucking face. That's what I'm gonna do. It is retaliate. I'm gonna respond. I'm not gonna turn the other cheek. You hit me, I'm hitting you back. And you just better hope that you hit harder and knock me down. But I definitely ain't gonna sit there and just take it and eat it and say, we shouldn't handle things violently. No, you bring violence, I bring violence. Plain and simple.
The people who say that you shouldn't handle things violently are the people who did something violent to you.
Because I look at it like, what happens if you say, okay, you're completely anti-war overall? What happens if a country bombs you? What you're not gonna bomb them back? What happens? But okay, let's say they bomb you, and then you say, you know what, I'm not gonna bomb them back, and then they come and they start moving troops in and taking over parts of your country. What are you gonna do? You're not gonna defend your country? You're just gonna let them just take the whole country? Is that what you're gonna do? So the theory of being anti-war overall, I'm anti-preemptive strike. I'm not gonna go do some shit to somebody for nothing, but I damn sure is gonna defend myself.
And Marcus, this is a little off topic, but I just wanted to touch on some economics, right? The Fed, interest rates, things like that. I just want to say, the Fed said they're going to lower rates, but they didn't give a time frame as to when. So the current rates are, they're still up there. They're trying to handle all of the inflation, right? That came as a result of you putting $3 trillion into the economy, but whatever. So, buying a home is still, it's very difficult for a certain demographic at this point in time, especially if you're single and you want to buy a home at this time. you know, if your income isn't at certain levels, then the chances of you being able to qualify for a loan to purchase a home is slim to none. I got so lucky because when I closed on my crib, you know, 2 years ago, the rates went up almost like maybe like the next day. I'm exaggerating, but it wasn't long after. Had I closed on my property at that point, I would not have been able to afford. I wouldn't have been able to afford it. It would have been too high.
Mm-hmm. Perfect example with Thomas there. Y'all saying if y'all were with the natives and you had your land, you weren't gonna fight to protect it.
Correct.
You would have just let the colonizers come in and take it.
Mm-hmm.
I can be empathetic with somebody who fights a war to defend themselves and lose. I don't have respect for somebody who just rolls over and takes it.
Mm-hmm.
And that's one thing you can't say about the Native Americans. They fought. They fought a valiant fight. And in all honesty, if it wouldn't have been for chemical warfare, which they faced, they might not have lost.
Mm-hmm.
But I mean, how you gonna make your immune system just stronger because you fighting some fucking nasty motherfuckers who gonna make you sick with all their fucking diseases? I mean,
Mm-hmm.
how do you even predict that? So, I mean, just my thoughts. That's all. Oh yeah, we got do I have it on the screen? No. The Senate, because I'm sure you touched on the one, or were we gonna go down the Israel road first?
Which one?
Because you read that Senate article, right? I mean, not article,
Oh
but
yeah.
because I was gonna bring up the CEOs going to
Gotcha.
the Senate.
So let me just read it. So yesterday,
Whoa,
February
hold
3rd.
on. I gotta correct that. Here goes. So you didn't list if Joe Gus is, I'm not enlisting shit. I've already done my time in the military. And when I say defend myself, I don't feel at this point, hey, I live in this country. If no, I'll dip. I ain't got no problem. I've already talked about planning on saving up to retire out of this country any damn way. So whatever the what are they called? The Patriots, whatever you Patriots want to do, this is y'all country. Y'all fight for it. The natives, actually, it's the natives' country, but natives, y'all want to fight to get it back? Cool. Patriots, y'all want to fight to keep it? Cool. But for me, I already done my bidding, and y'all can do what y'all want with that. I'll dip from this country. I don't hold no certain kind of. I can't see America go down. Whatever. It's a piece of land. Move somewhere else. I don't hold no deep love like that.
You know, the group most complaining about the changing of the demographics are the group that doesn't even procreate. So, I mean, you guys got to get on your good foot or shut the fuck up. You understand what I'm saying? Like, your bitching is annoying. You know what I mean? Your bitching is annoying. Go get somebody pregnant, have children, grow your group, or just wither on the vine and go somewhere. You know what I mean? But the complaining is enough. But anyway, I wanted to read this letter that the Speaker of the House, the current Speaker of the House, Mike Johnson, sent to representatives. He told everyone that, as you know, the first bills passed by the House after I became Speaker was a supplemental spending package of $14.3 billion to Israel. Listen to the words I use: $14.3 billion to support Israel in its war against Hamas. We paid for that measure with an equal reduction in funding for the IRS. So in every other case, they could sick the IRS on us. But when it comes to helping Israel, the United States House of Representatives decided to say, hey, we'll cut the funding for the IRS to give to Israel. But don't pay your taxes and see what happens. The letter goes on. Sadly, the Democrats have refused to consider that offset to support Israel. even though they agreed to additional cuts to the IRS to pay for their domestic priorities in the final appropriations top line, whatever the fuck that means. They go further into this letter. Mike Johnson goes further into this letter, and the propaganda just ramps up more you get into it. So earlier in the letter, it went from Israel's war against Hamas to now Iranian-backed Hamas terrorists. That tells you all you need to know about Mike Johnson, the current Speaker of the House of Representatives for the United States of America. Okay, we know who's buttering these people's bread. We cannot be scared anymore. It's at a critical level. We just got to start saying it. And if they want to brand you as something, what the fuck ever. I mean, if it doesn't cost you your livelihood and your income, cool. You know?
Yeah, I mean, it always cracks me up when I hear people say, well, Iran, they're Iranian back funded and all that. And so Iran is funding them. So obviously that gives us the green light to be able to attack Iran. Well,
yeah,
you're funding Ukraine, you're funding Iran, you're funding militia groups throughout Africa. So does that mean all of those people have a legitimate cause to attack the US? That's what you have to come. That's the logic you have to come to. And the thing about it is, I always see these people and they say this shit. And remember what I was talking about, that same mentality of it's all right for me to do shit to you, but it's not all right for you to do anything back to me.
And isn't it, Marcus, side note, I just thought about this. For the right wing in this country that's always talking about we got to save the kids, so-and-so's a pedophile, such and such is a pedophile, you know, Hollywood's a pedophile, Obama's a pedophile, all this shit they always say. You notice they never say anything about the place where all the pedophiles can go and live free without being charged or chased by the military. Don't you notice they never have something to say about that, but they always care about the kids. They always talk about Hollywood. They're always talking about this shit, but they never talk about the place where the pedophiles can run to and live their life free and unbothered. I'm telling you, the right-wing dudes, they think that just because they got guns and pickup trucks that they are the manliest of men. No, you guys are actually pretty fucking dumb.
No, well, and I'll tell you what the crazy part is. Because now the theory has been that this is the left that is doing stuff with kids. No, excuse me. Now it's a political issue to worry about. But in the 80s, when there were far more kids going missing, it was a nonpartisan issue. Correct. And I didn't see the right getting upset about that, because when we were growing up, kids were getting snatched like crazy. Nobody was paying attention to that. And it's decreased from the 80s, it decreased in the 90s, it decreased in the early 2000s, it decreased in the 2010s, it's decreased in 2020. But now the fervor to talk about it has risen because now it's been attached to the left is doing it. So and it blows my mind how people on the right, everything, you only give a damn when you believe that the Democrats are doing it. Or another thing, people like Charlemagne, it blows my mind when you have, back to Nikki Haley for a sec, when you have people like that on there and she'll say the Republican Party and the Democrat Party, you don't know that it's Democratic Party. And that's something that you notice, that not one single Republican ever says the word Democratic. It's because of that little petty, childish Democrat Party. I know what you're doing. It's because of that crazy conservative back in the day that said you only say Democrat so you can emphasize the rat. It's so pathetic and childish and stupid.
It's childish.
And if you got somebody who's more independent minded, who knows that that's what you're doing, you automatically have people like me, like, yeah, whatever. Turn off my ears when you start talking, because I know what time you on. It's just like the people who, it's all these Democrats, but on the Epstein, that's name is tied to Epstein, but anytime somebody who's a Republican who's tied to it, let's not talk about that. My thing is,
Look,
fuck both of them. Both
Giuliani.
of them are just as guilty. Why are we playing these games? Why is it
Look,
always got to be?
let's take their savior, the orange man, Donald, right? He was cool with Scalia. We know about Scalia's history. He was cool with Epstein. We know about Epstein's history. He was cool with Giuliani. We know Giuliani's history. He was cool with Clinton. We know Clinton's history. Every single mother that Donald Trump has
Don't
really
forget the
close to.
mobsters. Don't forget the mobsters out of New Jersey.
Oh, correct. Them too. But I'm just saying the people that I named, they all had other issues. Trump being cool with them. The stupid Trump lovers, not the people who just say I don't mind Trump, or like me who was like, oh yo, he's mad. I think he's funny and entertaining only because he pisses off the people that I want to laugh at, right? They don't, not like that. The people who really support him, Doug, they are not as smart as they claim, as they think they are. They hold themselves on this such a high platform and think that they are looking down on people. Jesus Christ, they're really like the slowest people in the group. They're the ones born on third who think they hit a triple.
Yeah, yo, Nina, I know that's still a lot going on. My point is that it's only focused on when you can tie it to your political
opponent. Correct.
That's when you care now about it, but you don't care before. It's just like, how many of them cared that Ashley Babbitt got shot? A lot of them cared about Ashley Babbitt getting shot, but none of them same kind of people on the right complained about Daniel Schaefer. And that was far more egregious.
See?
And you know why notice the difference. White cop kills white guy. They don't really care about that, huh? Black cop kills white lady. Oh, now we got to care.
Correct.
And it's such selective outrage. That's the stuff that I see that
they would hold themselves as the most informed amongst the upper percentile of intelligent Americans. Just like everything else in this world, it's the total opposite. You're near the bottom. You're dumbasses. You're dumbasses who are limited. You are extremely limited. You need new glasses. Your glasses only let you see like 3 inches from your face or right past your nose. You know what I'm saying? Yes. Silsby, Janice, I saw that too. That Silsby, the Clinton person who got busted for trying to kidnap them kids in Haiti. She works for Amber Alert. Yo, you can't make this stuff up. I hate when people say that. I don't like when I say it, but you really can't. It's like, yo, you got caught kidnapping kids, and then now you work for Amber Alert, a service that tells you about kids. Okay.
Let's see. So while you were already talking about, tying on this Israel stuff,
and your family's not, and your family members who are talking about they're leaving in case Trump wins, in most cases they probably won't, unless they got a good situation in the country of their origin. If they don't have that, they're not going
Taylor
anywhere.
Swift said that shit too.
Yeah, a lot of people said that in 2016 that if he won that they would leave. They're still here. Like, stop saying that stupid shit. What's wrong with you people?
They just talking. I mean, that's how I look at it. Y'all just talking.
Yeah.
But let me read this article real quick. I would put it on the screen, but I'm hoping that this will prevent it from freezing up on me. We had 3 oh, wait a minute. Let me hop back over. So I'm looking at the screen before I hop into this article. Remember, I think it was like just last week, or was it the week before, when I brought up talking about Professor Black Truth, and how he was talking about how we don't need to worry about what's going on in Israel, Palestine, and blah 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 blah, and I was talking about how a lot of times we do need to care because black and brown people make up a big chunk of the military, and they're the ones who are going to be going over to deal with this shit. Then what do we see happen? 3 black reservists get killed. This is the shit that I was talking about. And y'all, and that's what I'm saying. This mentality, and like a lot of them are like, well, we don't need to worry about what's going on in Israel. We don't need to go about what's happening in the Gaza Strip because you don't worry about black people. And I'm like, are you is the level of what you're dealing with the same level of somebody who is getting bombed right now, literally watching their whole families being obliterated right now? You feel like what you're going through in America is to that level of intensity?
Marcus,
the privilege.
Some of these dwedwes do believe that. That was a New York thing that we used to try to diss each other. We could say, you a dwedwe. So that's not a compliment. But a lot of them guys who are saying what you stated, or what you quoted rather, a lot of them are dwedwes. They don't know what they're talking about. They're like, oh yeah, we have it worse. We have it worse. All right, dog. You know what? You're going to wake up in the morning. And if you don't wake up in the morning, it's because your body said it was time, not because somebody else decided to push buttons and fly shit over your crib and drop it out, drop the payload from their vessel onto you or your home or your proximity. What you looking at, man?
No, I was gonna tell you, if you need to dip, I mean, you can't. I just got a couple of things. I mean, maybe we can rush through them. I won't pull no videos up or nothing. But tied to that, you had the U.S. airstrikes. And that's the article that I had pulled up. They hit over 85 targets between Syria and
Iraq.
And Iraq. And the thing about it is, what are we even doing there? We shouldn't even fucking be there. And if you think that this is not going to expand out into a larger war, you're very ill-informed. You're very ill-informed at how this shit works. And then to tie on to it, South Africa just came out talking about how Israel is violating the order that the court put out, that they're going in and they're still brutalizing people, they're still doing stuff. And then to add on to the fact that Israel don't give a damn. Let's see, that clip I do want you to bring up. That's probably the last one I need you to bring up, though. Where was it at? The one above the one under the My Florida House. Yeah, I want you to bring up that article because that video we do need to show it. It's a short video. You don't even have to show the whole thing. I just wanted to show it because this is and I hear Zionists try to play this. Well, there was somebody at a protest who said this. Well, these are people with power in Israel who are part of the Israeli government who are saying basically, and like we said before, don't even worry about the whole genocide argument. The ethnic cleansing is very, very, evident is the goal. So, all right, you can go ahead and play. Oh, can't hear it.
Yeah, I'm about to rewind it a little bit.
You wouldn't think there was a war on, that young Israeli reservists are being killed, not to mention Palestinians. Mind you, those at last night's Conference for the Victory of Israel in Jerusalem care little for Palestinian life. They think Palestinians should be deported from Gaza to make way for Israeli settlers. At least 10 Israeli government ministers attended the meeting, arguing to resettle Gaza, even though such views are at odds with official government policy.
It is time to return home. It is time to return to the land of Israel. It's time to encourage emigration. It's time to impose the death penalty on terrorists. It's time to win.
The families on stage have signed up to resettle Gush Katif, Gaza settlements that were dismantled by the Israeli government in 2005. They want to turn back history, to use this moment of crisis to expel Palestinians from Gaza in 2024, as they were expelled from what became Israel in 1948 and from the West Bank in 1967.
There will be no Arabs in the Gaza Strip. They will go to Turkey, to Scotland, to Britain. I don't want to kill them. I want them out of Gaza, and we'll use different methods. One of them is not to give them any humanitarian aid, so the countries of the world will have pity on them and take them.
At Kerem Shalom, a crossing point from Israel into Gaza, activists, some of them relatives of Israeli hostages, have been trying to turn theory into practice by blocking aid trucks. They're not actually managing to stop the aid, but they say flour and sugar doesn't just feed hungry children, but provides the raw materials for explosives. They see no distinction between Palestinian civilians and Hamas. Inside Gaza, people continue to flee south from fighting between the Israel Defense Force and Hamas in Khan Yunis. They go by whatever means they can find. These are the people the Israeli right wing wants to push not just to Gaza's southern tip, but out to Egypt and beyond. They're dependent on aid from UNRWA, the UN Agency for Palestinian Refugees. The Israelis say they have evidence that 12 UNRWA staff were involved in the Hamas attack on October the 7th. Although UNRWA has sacked the accused, some countries, including the UK, have paused funding pending an investigation.
We're forced into tents. Our children need to be vaccinated and pregnant women to give birth. Where will they go? Education has stopped. What will these children do? Where will we take them? UNRWA is our future and our life. Who else will support us?
Israel's far right has no pity for Palestinian civilians. They may not succeed in resettling Gaza, but the attacks of October the 7th have only served to bolster them. They see this as a moment of opportunity.
Yeah, and that's what and you see why I said that we needed to show that video, because it's showing they can say whatever they want. Their goal is to push them out. That has been the goal. It has always been the goal. It's has been the goal before most of these people were even born. And anybody who's telling you different either doesn't know what they're talking about or they're completely full of shit. This has always been the fucking goal. So when you have people, the lady, what was her name, Efretz or whatever, who was saying that this they didn't have no kind of security meltdown. Something this was allowed because people like this had no problem sacrificing some of their people so that they could get this war, so they could push these people out. And I believe somebody made the calculation. It was a perfectly good sacrifice to let some people go so that they can gain this, especially people who more than likely did not. Well, I know for not more than likely people who did not support the same views that they do, because if they were at the Nova concert fair, that tells me that they were secular. That tells me that they weren't religious. They weren't as religious Israelis. And so when you're trying to build an ethno theocracy, you're not going to want as many secular people around any damn way. You feel like they're disposable. So I wanted to throw that out there. And I think the last thing that I had. Oh, I forgot about that. Two things. Pull up the social media one. So that's and this story kind of connects back to what they were talking about kids, and this connects back to what Chris was talking about earlier, with them wanting to go after these platforms, like how they were taking the music off of TikTok. And if you guys are not familiar with this, they brought the CEOs of Facebook, Meta, whatever, Instagram, Mark Zuckerberg, Discord. They brought on what was it? Discord, Snapchat, X, and I don't know. I think I'm missing one. I don't know. I think I got them all. Oh yeah, 9/11 is all part of it. It goes deep. This is all of these things have been engineered to push for this result.
You know, the thing is, even 9/11 when it happened, if you looked at the names in the city, you looked at who you look at who was not victimized, you look at who was not in the building that day, you look at who was supposed to be there that day and did not go there, and then you saw who was dancing, and you saw their dual citizenship having asses involved in think tanks in which they said, hey, we need a new Pearl Harbor. I'm just saying, you're really fucking stupid. You're really fucking stupid if you can't connect the dots at this point in time.
Well, and with this October 7th thing, it kind of got swept under the rug, but nobody's tracked down who it was who made tons of money. I want to say, I think they said millions of dollars, if not billions of dollars, after October 7th, because they just so happened to have made all these investments at the right time to move their money around, and then made tons of money. That's just a coincidence that nobody talks about.
Correct.
Not like they thought an attack was coming, but yeah, we can get into this.
Yeah. All right. So let me play this punk ass video. It's not the
it to be so, but you have blood on your hands.
Who did you fire?
I said you mischaracterized.
37% of teenage girls between 13 and 15 were exposed to unwanted nudity in a week on Instagram. You knew about it. Who did you fire?
Senator, this is why we're building all.
Who did you fire?
Senator, I don't think that's.
Who did you fire?
I'm not going to answer that.
Because you didn't fire anybody, right? You didn't take any significant action.
It's appropriate to talk about
it's not appropriate.
Decisions.
Do you know who's sitting behind you? You've got families from across the nation whose children are either severely harmed or gone, and you don't think it's appropriate to talk about steps that you took? The fact that you didn't fire a single person? Let me ask you this. Have you compensated any of the victims?
Sorry?
Have you compensated any of the victims? These girls, have you compensated?
I don't believe so.
Why not? Don't you think they deserve some compensation for what your platform has done? Help with counseling services, help with dealing with the issues that your services caused?
Our job is to make sure that we build tools to keep people safe.
Are you going to compensate them?
Senator, our job and what we take seriously is making sure that we build industry-leading tools, find harmful
to make money,
take it off the services,
to make money,
and to build tools that empower parents.
So you didn't take any action. You didn't take any action. You didn't fire anybody. You haven't compensated a single victim. Let me ask you this. There's families of victims here today. Have you apologized to the victims? Would you like to do so now? They're here. You're on national television. Would you like now to apologize to the victims who have been harmed by your product? Show them the pictures. Would you like to apologize for what you've done to these good people?
Yo, Chris, pause it real quick. And this is what I would have told him, Josh Hawley, while he yelling all at me and acting a fool. I would say, yo, when these mass shootings happen, I don't see you hauling gun manufacturers in and saying shit to them. Why are you coming at me all crazy? Also, do you know how many people are on my platform? Do you? Do you really think I'm able to monitor every single person on there. Are you fucking insane? Or are you just stupid? I'm like
the latter.
You literally, what are you going to do? What are you gonna do? Who the fuck are you talking to like this? I'm not your son. I'm not your fucking employee. In fact, you are a public servant. I'm the public. So who the fuck are you talking to? Don't talk to me like that. And also, and I would say, I'm sorry for your family. I'm sorry for these losses, but is there no onus on the parents to monitor your own damn kids? You don't.
You know that
you just let your kid get on any fucking site. So
they don't know.
there's no onus on them. So when they're meeting up with somebody, and here's
none.
And here's the thing about it. It's not like the site killed somebody. No, the kids got on it, heard information, and then committed suicide. Many of these people you're talking about. So I'm responsible for your mental health. Are you fucking shitting me? Is that what you're trying to tell me? You want to try to sun me up here in front of these people? Man, I would have man, I would have been like, who are you really talking to? I mean, you can do this song and dance with somebody else. You do this for your little fucking friends or something. I'm not one of your friends. Don't fucking play with me.
Exactly.
But yeah, that's and that would have been the only one that I really feel like they could have kind of pushed back on really hard like this is Discord, and actually probably X right now. X because those are flagrantly over the top. Like Discord, you can say any damn thing to anybody on there. I mean, there's like no bounds on there. And they put any and everything on there. And so what are we going to go after the internet too? Because we're going to go after internet providers next, and that goes into that wanting to ban TikTok and this censorship. And that's the reason why they try to go at I guess play a little bit more. I guess skip forward a little bit. I want to see if they got when they're talking to China in this one, if I got the right one. Because Josh Hawley, I don't that dude, the way he's talking, I'm like, who the fuck? Oh, I guess it did go to some of the other ones. Or I guess they didn't have China on there, but
I didn't
go
see
back
dude.
to where it was. Go back. Yeah. Go to Durban. Because China just looked at him like he was stupid. I mean, he's not China, but you know what I'm saying? TikTok was like, what are you talking about, dude?
Snapchat's disappearing messages have been co-opted by criminals who financially extort young victims. TikTok has become a, quote, platform of choice for predators to access, engage, and groom children for abuse. Several of these companies implemented common sense child safety improvements within the last week, days before their CEOs would have to justify their lack of action before this committee. I will note for the record that Mr. Zuckerberg and Mr. Chu are appearing voluntarily. I'm disappointed that our other witnesses did not offer that same degree of cooperation. Mr. Citron,
Yeah, I mean, I guess you could stop it there. I mean, you kind of get the gist of it. It was a lot of them trying to get up there and fucking grandstand and shine, and I'm like, guys are fucking clowns. But I guess we can go ahead to the last one. Bring up that can you bring up the RZA clip?
Where is that one?
I think it's on. That one is. Let's see. It's right above the Taylor Swift and Kelsey, the Pfizer one, right above that one. It's between that one and the Nueralink. You'll see it's a Twitter post from RZA Islam.
Okay. So I'm going. All right. So got it. Oh, the Neuralink.
Got it. Yeah. Yeah. So Neuralink has had the first official trials. It's called Telepathy. And figured that we should talk about it just a little bit. So we'll touch on it because I know that there's going to be a lot more information that'll be coming out at a later date on this.
That's a fact.
You got it. Roll that beautiful bean footage. Bean footage, bean pie.
If I have a couple that is trying to mix human beings with technology in a form known as transhumanism, where they want to put chips inside of the brains of human beings, Elon Musk, where you'll be able to go into the metaverse without the Oculus. You'll be able to go into it. You'll be able to text or post tweets just by thinking it through your electronic chip that was surgically implanted into your brain and put into the system. It sounds like a movie, right? It sounds like some Terminator stuff or Minority Report or Total Recall, the original one, 1990 with Arnold Schwarzenegger. They put up movies because the CIA and FBI has contracts with Hollywood. So they put a lot of things in movies so that when they do it in real life, you won't psychologically be able to respond to it because you'll be battling with whether or not it's fact or fiction. Oh, that ain't real. That's just from that movie y'all saw. Until it really happens, all is connected with the AI technology transhumanism, not a conspiracy theory. This is all facts. DARPA that I mentioned is the Defense Advanced Research Projects Agency. It is the part of the U.S. government that uses robotic snakes, robotic dogs, robotic cheetahs, robotic animals, and now humanoid robots that Elon Musk unveiled, the newest one recently, where they use them instead of human beings to reduce the casualty soldiers. I mean, that's smart. Definitely smart, but how far are you willing for it to go? That's true. You see what I'm saying? Like people are like, man, metaverse. Yeah, and it's like, okay, hold on, chill out. Really look at all of this. Not just the financial side or what you get as benefit. How far really can they take this? And are you really willing to have your whole life put in a digital arena to where if you say something they don't like, it could shut your whole life off? Think about this. And those of us who are not going to be in the matrix, we're going to be them ones.
Steve Urkel voice. Did I do that?
Well, it's perfect. That's exactly what I wanted to share because this is what we've been talking about for the longest: the microchips, the predictive programming. All this stuff is leading us to one precipice and point, and that's one thing where I would disagree with some of these people who are more secular, who don't have any kind of faith belief, because those people don't see any of this coming. They don't see any of this. They're still focused on all these other things. Just like I hear some of these FBA, yeah, what we need to do is we need to get some land and we could build some land and then we could start doing this and yo, how much time do you think we got left before they start shutting all the it's kind of like you at a club and you don't realize that last call is about to happen. We almost the last call.
Correct.
You trying to stop or change the system. It's to the point where they're not going to need workers anymore. They're going to start putting these robots out and they're going to start saying, hey, either you get down with our system or not. We don't need you. We don't care about your strikes. We don't need you. Exactly, Linnea. Exactly. Days of Noah was talking about this too. This is what y'all on, and I actually did on Hebrew Apologetics. I did a video talking about this in the days of Noah when there would be people in mirth and they will be marrying and giving away and parties and going on like everything is going to go on forever, not realizing what's right around the corner. Not realizing how things are going to change. And you know, Chris being a New Yorker, think about it. How different was everything from, say, what, the 90s to after 9/11? Just society, how much has it changed?
A lot.
So think back, how much has shit changed from like the late 90s to the early 90s? I mean, from the 80s up until now, things are going to be massively different in the next 5 to 10 years. And all of those changes we went through over these couple of decades are about to, man, it's about to wind up so much faster and so much shit going on. And if you're not keeping your ear to the ground and paying attention to what the hell is coming, you're going to get steamrolled by what's coming. That's why we always say, take care of you and yours. because shit is about to get real. And yeah, y'all can keep on and worry about trying to figure out how to get 10% on the independent party. And hey, do what y'all need to do. I'm just saying, shit's about to get real.
It
Mark,
really
you
is.
say just leave the country. Where could you go? It won't catch up to you. Where could you go? There's plenty of places to go. There's plenty of places
You can
to
go.
go. There's
You can
places
go to
you
the
can live off the grid.
You can go to the Pacific side of Panama. There's a lot of expats there, and they speak English. You only need your ID. You don't need a visa because they allow Americans to stay there up to 6 months without a visa. So what you do is you go there, you stay 5.5 months, you leave, you go back to the States for a couple of days, then you come back to Panama and the clock resets.
Or you don't even have to go back to the States. Go right across the go right over to Colombia. Go to Colombia for a week and then come back. And then at that time you can be doing your paperwork. Also, there's so many countries within South America where literally like you can just go out in the middle of the jungle and take wood out there and start building your own house. Firstly, for free, without worrying about no deed or nothing. Be able to plant your own stuff and live off the grid, and it's plenty of places like that. The reason why I don't think they will eventually catch up is because what's going on at the same time with this Israel-Palestine, you're about to go into World War. When that hits the World War level, it's going to be wars all over the place. The last thing it's going to be certain countries that, because they virtually don't have a military, they're not even going to be involved in it. And so it's just a matter of like Christians believe like the rapture and all this stuff, or the whole world is going to go away, and then you're going to be sitting either in hell for for perpetuity, and your skin burning off and coming back and burning off and coming back, or you're going to be sitting in heaven, floating in cloud mansions. I don't believe either is the case. I do believe a lake of fire, but I believe it's something different that's not here yet. That'll come from thermonuclear destruction. That'll be that lake of fire that people will be basking in. And I also do believe that when they talk about, like, I don't know, it all depends if you're a biblical believer or not. If you're not, I'll leave that alone. But for those people who are biblical believers and you go the route of faith, then come over to Political Matrix and you can ask me all the questions you want to on that. Yeah, but that's it. We were able to hit all the topics. I mean, and a whole lot more. So, I mean, much appreciated for everybody who came through, who's rocking with us.
What? Thank you, everybody, for sticking with us. Hitting the like button, subscribing, tuning in, even if for a few minutes. It's very much appreciated. We really do enjoy the feedback. We enjoy the discussing things with you all, replying to you telling us shit that we need to go look up and follow up. Because we both know that we don't know everything, and that we know that you guys can always teach us something, show us something, point us in a different direction or a right direction. So we truly do appreciate that. That's not just lip service, that's real talk. So, but thank you guys. Now I really, we really do appreciate it.
And there's one last thing that I'll say. Just like me and Chris, we've dedicated like a folder that we'll be doing for like prep. So that way we'll be able to keep up with all the stories we've talked about over the week to bring up later. Let me know which platforms that you guys are on, whether you're on X or whether you're on Instagram or Facebook or whatever. And for all the people who are over there, I'll try to make a group chat so that it'll be easier for y'all to just drop the information in there. So, and then me and Chris, I'll tag us into it also. That way, y'all can be able to drop stories in there and then me and Chris will have a both so that we can both cover, the information and try to add that into the stories that we're going to talk about. Or if it's something that we don't know nothing about at all, which which we appreciate y'all for doing, then y'all can get that information to us and it help improve the show by being more and more informed and being able to put out more information. So yeah, that way we can have you guys actually help us too, and take part in this community. We might be the on-screen voices, but we look at all of y'all as like community and a family. So I don't Missy, but I will probably get on there at some point. Just remind me. I know we follow each other on X, so just remind me and just pester
On
me.
Twitter,
I
on Twitter,
always
on
have a
Twitter.
lot of stuff going. We do have on Twitter too, but I will get a Telegram, and just pester me and remind me. It might take me a minute, but I will be doing that eventually.
All right. Well, everybody who showed up tonight, we thank you as usual. We appreciate it. You should come back next week. Check us out. Maybe we'll have a shorter show. But we try to be entertaining, fun, serious. We get angry, we get happy, we get sad, we get up, we get down. We go through the whole range of emotions. So we just thank y'all for rocking with us. Even if we're a little rough at times. Hey, thanks, Ruby. Even if we're a little rough at times, you guys stick around. So again,
And all my tech problems.
Yeah, that is very much appreciated. So as I always say, take care of you and yours. You don't have to be an asshole. You don't have to be an asshole to everybody else, though.
Let's see. I just watched. I was tired of seeing Trump on TV 5. Now we know why, because he's good for ratings. We're sick of hearing and seeing creepers on TV, rapists, and Christine. Sick. Yeah, I hear you, Laura. I just want to make sure to share that. I just clicked back over to the Rock Fan, and so much appreciation to Laura over there. Gregory, Steve, if you're still in the building, tinfoil hat. So I was having
Denver,
problems
if
with
you
my
showed
computer.
up on Rockfin, what's up, man?
Pacheco said that he had to dip out, but he'll come back and he's gonna check it in the replay. With much love to him. Reed Hendrick,
Pacheco.
first time seeing him in there, but good to see him in here. And so, hey, much appreciation to all y'all, and y'all have a great and wonderful weekend. Much love to all the new people, and especially our people who always here with us whenever y'all can be. Much appreciated. Y'all have a good one. Much love to everybody out there.
Peace.